Chapter 60. Bonus chapter for 600 Power Stones. Next at 800, smiley face. Lionel was still in a bit of a daze, but he didn't have much time to think about it. He could feel that his star was still madly consuming force. What Lionel had failed to consider was that the formation of his one-star cleansed body was directly proportional to the size of his force nodes. A normal force node for one building a fourth-dimensional constitution is a single cell up to maybe 3. An above-average person to a genius would use upward of 10. Of course, these numbers are for worlds in the process of evolving into the fourth dimension. Youths birthed into higher dimensional worlds obviously have greater standards. Yet, even by the lofty standards of those youths, Lionel's 100 self-force nodes were obscene. As a result, his one-star cleansed body was likewise levels beyond others who reached this step. By this point, Lionel's high spirit wasn't just a plus, it was a necessity. Only with such high force control could he possibly allow such a grand star cleansed body to be formed. Not only that, but his ability would likewise evolve even faster under the benefits. He's awakened his lineage factor already, and so thoroughly at that. Montez blinked, no longer disturbing Lionel. At least this time, he won't waste so much of his time like he did previously. That's good. The truth was that the rewards for completing zones were only one aspect. Another piece of the reward was the chance to practice in this space. Unfortunately, last time, Lionel was practically half dead, so Montez spent too much time healing him. This time, though there was a smaller allocation, at the very least, he could benefit a bit. A few hours later, Lionel finally opened his eyes. For a moment, it felt that he could destroy the earth with a single stomp. Of course, he knew that his power wasn't so exaggerated, but it was a great feeling nonetheless. Lionel Morales, strength, 100, speed, 100, plus 0, 1 nullified, agility, 100, plus 0, 1 nullified, coordination, 140, stamina, 120, plus 0, 05 nullified, reactions, 140, spirit, 100, force, 0, 40 now. Lionel had completely broken through the shackles of the third dimension, something that greatly shocked him. He had thought this wouldn't be possible until he completed the formation of his ninth force node. Was this the strength of a star cleansed body? The gap between 0, 99 and 100 was a sturdy bottleneck. Before, it was only possible to cross in his weaker stats when he activated his force. But now, even without it, he could do so. He would be even more powerful if he did activate his force. Unfortunately, he was bald again. Not only that, but that foul smell was several times worse than the first time around. You stink. Lionel's lip twitched. What was with all the people in his life always insulting him like this? He knew, all right, but what could he do about it? It's not like it was his fault. After thinking this far, Lionel made up his mind. He definitely wanted combat wear like anus. Not only were those pockets way too useful, but apparently he'd be insulted left and right until he had that self-cleaning function. Suddenly, Lionel looked up and grinned. You let me use that pool to bathe again, right, Uncle Montez? In exchange for his cheekiness, Lionel received another palm to the forehead before Montez waved his hand in the air, as though trying to get rid of the stench that latched onto him. You have no idea how valuable that pool was. Usually, you could only enter as an exchange for a Tier 9 black reward. I can be considered to have made a one-time exception since you didn't get a fourth of the world spirit like you should have. Lionel's eyes widened with understanding, seemingly remembering that he had been cheated out of a great reward. All right, this time you and the little girl definitely did something great. But don't trust that device you used again. Any device that can make such a ridiculous mistake should be burned in the fires of hell along with its maker. Lionel smiled bitterly and scratched his head, not responding. He didn't want to hear Montez rip Ana a new one, so he kept the fact she must have lied to himself. All right, you cleared a Tier 7 black zone made for 8, so that warrants a minimum reward of 8 Tier 7 black rewards. Wait, it wasn't a unique zone? Montez frowned at this question, but after double-checking his scroll, he looked like he had come to understand something. Lionel even thought he saw a faint wisp of worry on his face. No. According to this, it was very close to evolving into one, but didn't in the end. Whatever anomaly, it was chose not to act in the end, or couldn't act for whatever reason, so it remained in normal zone. Anomaly? Montez took a deep breath and sighed. Toss this out from your mind. Just consider yourself lucky this time. Lionel wanted to ask more, but seemingly realizing that Montez wouldn't tell him anything, he could only silence himself. Anomaly didn't act? Was that related to the cold feeling I had after Joan died? Lionel's brows furrowed. I assume you and your partner will split these rewards in half. Aside from this, you completed 2 side quests, one worth another Tier 7 black reward and one worth a Tier 8 black reward. The hidden quest this time is worth a quasi-Tier 1 bronze reward. In addition, you're the first to perfectly clear a Tier 7 black zone, and this is worth a Tier 9 reward. Wouldn't I need to split these 2? Lionel asked. Then why did I only get 1 set of rewards for my side and hidden quest the first time? Lionel felt a bit cheated. That's just the way things work. Montez shrugged. It's like this to stop high-dimensional warriors from farming low-level zones too much. It's not a perfect solution, but it's not a bad one either. Sounds to me like you're all a bit stingy. Can't they farm anyway if they just bring some people along with them? Montez coughed and pretended not to hear Lionel. Anyway, make your choices. You have 5 Tier 7, 1 Tier 8, and 1 Tier 9 black reward, in addition to 1 quasi-Tier 1 bronze reward. Chapter 61. Soon after Montez's words fell, the long magical counter appeared once more. It seemed to stretch to the left and right endlessly. Lionel's first instinct was to get the best zone analysis device he could. The price for lacking information was simply too steep. Just a single mistake could result in a failure. If such a thing happened, his life would be over. Uncle Montez, are there escaped treasures? Lionel suddenly thought of something. From what he had seen, it seemed it was impossible to find a device with 100% accuracy. At the same time, he didn't believe that the only remaining path in case of a mistake really was death. Hearing these words, Montez grinned. Of course. However, they're all one-time use items. In addition, they also only work for one person at a time. So, unless your whole team has won, you'll be branded as a deserter and hunted by your world. Saying these words, Montez's gaze flashed with a cold light. It seemed he wasn't new to such people. Aside from this, escape treasures are limited by their strength as well. A Tier 7 black escape treasure can only escape zones below Tier 8, for example. After a while, Lionel hesitated again. He didn't know the truth behind his dad's past, but what he did know was that he knew more than he had told him to this point. Lionel believed in his father. Since even he could tell how important zone analysis devices were, his father wouldn't leave him hanging, right? That old man told me he left something in the basement for me. If it's not a zone analysis device, the next time I see him, I won't acknowledge him as my dad anymore. Lionel silently harumphed in his mind, clearly still somewhat unsatisfied with his father's abrupt departure. Lionel sighed. What do you suggest, Uncle Montez? He could only ask this question again. Though he knew what he wanted to some extent, he wasn't sure which tier of treasure he should allocate to which. In the end, he was lacking in too much fundamental knowledge. If it wasn't for his ability, he probably wouldn't have lucked in such a good force cultivation method. Montez stroked his chin, apparently trying to appear like a wizened elder. But he was lacking in the beer department. Which of your lineage factors did you awaken? Which? Lionel frowned at the wording. Montez coughed. I mean, what is your lineage factor? Hearing this question, Lionel suddenly remembered that both he and Aina couldn't really figure his lineage factor out. Maybe this was a good chance. I was meaning to ask you a question about that. My lineage factor is a bit weird. It seems to only activate when I wield a spear. It's very subtle in its effects, but I feel that it has great potent. Lionel's voice trailed off. Well, it wasn't that it trailed off, but rather that Montez's boisterous laughter completely drowned out his words. No matter how Lionel thought about it, he couldn't understand what was so funny about what he had just said. That bastard's probably rolling in his grave right now, huh? Wait, he's not dead yet, haha. He'll definitely pull his hair out when he finds out, haha. Uncle Montez? Montez seemed to have finally realized that Lionel was here with him, but it still took him several moments to stop laughing and wipe the tears from his face. In fact, there was a point where he grabbed Lionel's wrist without a care for the grime covering him and burst into another fit of laughter. Is there something wrong? Lionel asked worriedly. Usually lineage factors are boosts to speed or strength, right? Why is mine related to a weapon? Montez waved his hand. Those are low-level lineage factors. Forget it. It doesn't matter much. They'll help you out. Should I pick a good spear? Lionel asked. No. Montez smiled, but didn't explain his words. A spear is the last thing you need. Soon, you'll have more than you know what to do with. Just keep the one on your back for now. Lionel's expression only became weirder, but he had given up on asking questions. Montez clearly wanted to torture him, whether it be by his palm or with curiosity. Instead, there's something better. Here. Montez clapped his hands, and the counter quickly shrunk once again. The items left only made Lionel more confused. There were 5 items in total, all of which fell under the Tier 7 black grade. The first 2 were lumps of what looked like unrefined, or they had a silverish gray hue to them, but sometimes looked like clumps of coal when the light hit them just right. The third item was a pair of black gloves. They seemed plain at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there were complex vein patterns running all across it. However, they were barely noticeable due to the fact they were black as well, albeit of a vaguely deeper shade. The fourth item was a quill. It was quite a beautiful pen with a silvery and flexible tip. The feather attached to its back was a pure white and had faint fluctuations of wind around it. Lionel didn't know what beast this feather was from, but he was certain it had an ability related to wind. However, even among all these odd, seemingly disjointed items, the last was even a level weirder. It was a glob of liquid metal. At first, Lionel thought it was just a silvery metallic ball, but then it became a puddle of goo, and yet after that, it became a small mountain range. It kept flickering between its forms like a fickle child, painting all sorts of extraordinary scenes, though it still followed the law of conservation of mass. It never became something beyond itself, and was kept confined within a small space. The object itself was so odd that it wasn't until it became a simple silver cube that Lionel realized it had actually been encased in a glass cube. Now, it was just spreading itself to conform to its container as though looking for a way out. When it failed, it slumped back down into a puddle, its surface burping with bubbles as though sobbing. Seeing its personified actions and almost human-like emotions, Lionel's heart felt a slight pang. He felt bad for the little guy. Chapter 62. Bonus chapter for 800 Power Stones. Please don't reach 1,000 cries. What is all of this? Lionel finally said, prying his eyes away from the blob of silver. Those are ores. These are gloves. This is a quill. And this is liquid metal. Seeing Montez's smug grin, Lionel felt the sudden urge to hit the man for the first time. He had eyes. He could obviously see these things. What he wanted to know was what their purpose was and why Montez would tell him to use his rewards on them. From what Lionel could see, these things weren't helpful to him at all. Montez seemed to have not seen Lionel's glare. However, he displayed a surprised look when Lionel actually nodded and pulled the 5 items to his side, signaling that he had accepted. Montez's mouth opened to say something, but he held back in the end. He felt even more stifled now than Lionel had. How could he continue to make fun of this kid if he acted like this? He a good kid, but it seems even he has a temper, huh? Almost as annoying as Lionel gave up asking Montez questions. He knew that there was probably a good reason for why he couldn't tell him more. It was best to just focus on the good these rewards would bring him rather than anything else. He still had a Tier 8 and 9 black treasure to pick and a quasi-Tier 1 bronze reward as well. I already had Call of the Wind to help my long-distance attacks. But even though I modified it to help my spearmanship, it would probably be better to have a real spear technique. Right now I'm relying too much on instinct, but don't have any real idea how to wield this thing. Lionel thought back to how he had just randomly picked up this spear from a gang of humans and smiled wryly. It could be said that he stumbled into this lineage factor of his. However, the truth was that Lionel was far more interested in his own ability. The potential dream world had was inconceivable. If taken to its logical extreme, there might even come a day where he could simulate zones and not even need a device to do it for him. Of course, that was still too far from him now. As things stood currently, his accuracy was barely above 70% for matters between the third and fourth dimensions. If he tried to simulate black zones, which were instances of the fourth dimension influencing the third, his accuracy wouldn't even be 50%. There was another matter as well. Using Dream World was a great drain on his spirit, even for something as focused as forming a force node. He couldn't even imagine the drain of attempting to simulate several months' worth of events. I don't have enough information. I don't think zone analysis devices simulate months' worth of events either. There's definitely a simpler way. I just don't know what it is. Lionel shook his head. He was wasting his time thinking about matters too far beyond him. He still had to remember that there was a time limit. What do you think, Uncle Montez? I need a spear technique, but I'm not sure if I should use my quasi-tier 1 bronze reward on it or not. Montez shook his head. I don't suggest you pick a spear technique at all. You aren't even aware of the basics. In addition, if you add more information before you're ready, it will influence your ability to sense your lineage factor before it has matured. Lionel smiled bitterly. Didn't that mean he had made a mistake again? He had already technically learned such a technique. Should he stop using it? Then is there a method among the rewards that can help me learn about my lineage factor? Or maybe strengthen it, like dimensional cleanse? Could my ability? Montez shook his head again. Lineage factors are tailored to specific families. The methods to learn and strengthen them are kept close by said families. If your lineage factor is the result of the future influencing the past, you can only muddle through on your own. Lionel was speechless. And here he thought that the future influencing the past was a great thing. But it seemed that those with great backing still had an advantage. Taking a deep breath, he settled himself down. I would like to see all the full bodysuits you have at the reward levels I'm looking for. They must have a self-cleaning function. I also want to see everything you have that can draw force arts. And lastly, I want to see everything that can help my movement speed. Lionel was very much aware that his greatest weakness was still his speed. It had managed to catch up, but this was only under the influence of his 1-star cleansed body. He wasn't certain if the effects would continue. In addition, having trump cards to escape dangerous situations didn't sound so bad. With a clap of Montez's hands, the counter expanded once more. Lionel's gaze was filled with all sorts of bodysuits or various shapes and sizes, in addition to an assortment of shoes, talismans, and even temporary tattoos. As for the treasures that can write force arts, Montez grinned mysteriously. That qual I gave you is more than enough. Lionel's brows raised, but didn't say much more. Then instead of that, I want a treasure that makes things more convenient to carry. Aina gave me this belt that shrinks things, but I'm kind of embarrassed to keep relying on her like this. Ho ho ho, Aina is it? Montez gave Lionel a lewd grin. Lionel ignored Montez, who soon clapped his hands, once more causing the long display table to expand once more. In the end, Lionel chose his 3 items. With his tier 8 black reward, he picked out a bland black bracelet. He was shocked to find that it had a small space in it, about 2 cubic meters in size. If he lay his spear diagonally within it, it wouldn't be a problem to put it in. Though Lionel didn't plan on doing this. With his tier 9 black reward, he chose another pair of shoes that could disguise themselves as sneakers. This was when Lionel found out some unfortunate news. No treasures beneath the bronze tier could increase his stats after they reached 100. So, he couldn't find something that increased his speed any longer. However, he felt that this reward was even more useful. These shoes could produce a platform to jump off of. All Lionel had to do was circulate some force into them and time them to activate after he leapt into the air. Then he could proceed to do a double or even triple jump. The only unfortunate part was that they had a 1-minute cooldown, so Lionel could at most walk 2 steps across the air. But it would be useful nonetheless. Had he had these shoes against Joan, she wouldn't have been able to run from him so easily. Finally, with his quasi-tier 1 bronze reward, he chose a silver chain necklace with numerous small runes etched onto it. It had the ability to produce a transparent, pale blue membrane. This membrane could fuse with his clothing, making them more difficult to tear, increase his defense, and it had a self-cleaning function as well, making it perfect. Chapter 63. After he completed his selections, Lionel turned a pair of pitiful pale green eyes toward Montez and finally got the right to use the pond again to clean himself. Unfortunately, though, it seemed his stats weren't influenced by it at all. Have the effects of Dad's vomit bruise ended so quickly? Lionel frowned. He found it hard to believe that this was the case. He downed those brews for 17 years without missing a single day. If he did the math of the sheer volume he had digested, he would feel a hard-to-ignore urge to gag. After a moment, Lionel could only toss these thoughts to the back of his mind. His father never told him exactly what those vomit brews were for. For all he knew, the stat-boosting effect was just a side product while its true purpose was more hidden. Maybe he'll find out more after I make it back home. Should I bring Aina to the Empire's gathering place first? Or should I take her home with me? Lionel wasn't a fool. Although he knew some truths behind how sinister the choices of the Empire had been, he also knew that trying to break free from them now would only mean death. If technology was really going extinct, he might have chosen to sever ties now. However, the wristwatch proved that the Empire still had some hidden methods. Plus, who knew how many more families like Aina's there were, and how many of them had sworn allegiance? For now, Lionel had no choice but to swallow some grievances. There was another possibility as well. Uncle Montez had mentioned that he could buy a ticket to another world in exchange for a Tier 9 black reward. If worst came to worst, Lionel would look into this method. Lionel shook his head and left the pool, feeling refreshed. Now that he could finally see his skin again, he realized that it had become softer and more elastic, not to mention the fact he couldn't see his pores no matter how hard he stared. It was like he just came from his mother's womb. It was a good feeling that left him smiling to himself. After a bit, he had put his clothes back on. The shocking part, though, was that the rips in his sweatpants were completely healed. They looked like a new pair he was wearing for the first time. Lionel realized then that this was an ability of his silver chain necklace. Not only could it make his clothes harder to tear, but it could repair tears that already occurred as well. He finally didn't have to walk around like a beggar anymore. Sliding on his tight-fitting compression shirt reward he had received from his first zone, Lionel grinned. Though he could put his metal box of darts in his bracelet, he chose to keep it by his side with the help of Aina's belt. It was more convenient this way. Uncle Montez, how much time do I have left? Since it was a Tier 7, you have about a day left, I guess. Good. Lionel's gaze sharpened. There was something he really wanted to do, and it could only be done here. With a thought from his internal sight, Joan's golden polearm appeared in Lionel's hand. Lionel felt it was a bit unfortunate he hadn't had the time to take Nigel Lesbow as well, but it couldn't be helped. Montez swept a glance at the polearm, but he didn't remind Lionel that it wouldn't be able to be taken out of here. He was sure that Lionel knew of this already, or else he wouldn't be wasting his time studying it. As expected, Lionel's ability had grown once again. After forming his first node, he grasped Dream World. This ability helped him to form his second and third nodes with ease. After a few more days, forming his fourth and even fifth wouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, Lionel could tell that the time frame had shortened thanks to the star formed in his mind. Lionel's new ability couldn't be considered completely separate from Dream World. At most, it was an extension. Lionel even had the faint feeling that most of his newly comprehended abilities would be like this. But he didn't mind at all. He called this new ability Dream Sculpting. Dream Sculpting, making use of Lionel's ample spirit, could scan and create a replica of an object in Lionel's mind. It had to be said that Lionel's spirit was directly proportional to his internal sight. So, Lionel was essentially constructing a model of an object and building a copy of it in his mind. Obviously, it was impossible to use this copy. It was simply an image in his memories. However, this memory had many uses. For one, it was more robust than his other memories. Observing this memory would be no different from observing the true object. And secondly, if this memory was pulled into his dream world, he could use his simulation abilities to test out several things. However, this was the true beauty of dream sculpting. Normally, Lionel's simulations have barely above 70% accuracy. However, if coupled with dream sculpting, under the condition that all the tests are solely related to the sculpted object, the simulations he could run would exceed 99% accuracy. There was only one bottleneck for this ability, and that was the object itself. Depending on the object's grade, it could be harder or easier to dream sculpt it. And Joan's polearm just happened to be quite difficult. It took Lionel over 23 hours to succeed, and by the end of it, he felt like all the energy in his body was drained. He even felt that his ability had gone dormant without any spirit to fuel it. Luckily, he still had enough time to replenish himself by entering the pool once more. He came out with a massive grin on his face. Though he didn't know if the polearm's dream sculpt would be useful in the future, at least he had a proof of concept for now. Lionel bid farewell to Montez with a satisfied smile on his face, happy to get the chance to see Aina again. A light blinded Lionel for a moment, and when he could see again, his mood sank. He had almost forgotten the sorry state the world was in. Collapsed buildings and cracked sidewalks were still littered all around him. However, his mood brightened again when he saw Aina's silhouette not far from him. But soon, even that was ruined. Another one, huh? A male voice cut off Lionel's thoughts. He had a bad habit of ignoring everyone else when he laid eyes on Aina, so he hadn't even noticed that there were 3 others here. The 2 of you are under arrest. This was designated as the region of an S-grade zone. The 2 of you have entered without registration and without permission. Please do not resist, or you will only make this harder on yourselves. Place all of your contraband into this black bin and allow yourselves to be taken in. Your belongings will be confiscated to the proper authorities. Lionel's smile faded, leaving an expressionless visage as his gaze met the equally dull expressions of the 3 military men. Chapter 64. Though Lionel was expressionless, his mind was spinning. Should he acquiesce? He was obviously unwilling to give up things he spent his blood and sweat on. But how could his current self match up against a monstrous existence like the Ascension Empire? Lionel was a kind-hearted person, but a pushover was something he wasn't. In a world controlled by nobles like those who frequented his Royal Blue Academy, those without spines were eaten up and spat out with impunity. The fact Lionel was so well-liked and admired, even despite his entertainment profession, made it obvious he wasn't such a person. In addition to this, Lionel wasn't a fool. He knew that those who could clear an S-grade zone were not many, so the treasures he had on hand now were most definitely rarities amidst rarities. Just hand them over? Was that some sort of joke? Of course, these thoughts were just his immaturity seeping through. He knew it wasn't smart to have such thoughts without proper backing. The true reason he felt that he shouldn't do this was because it just might be possible that he did have such backing. He didn't know what his father was involved in, but regardless, he was certain he wasn't easily dealt with. At least not by these common, everyday government officials. You're here. Aina made her way to Lionel's side, somewhat subconsciously. It almost seemed like she hadn't heard the words of the 3 officials. Lionel smiled lightly, before turning his attention back toward the 3 men. According to the laws of the Ascension Empire, I have the right to ask for your proof of identity, as well as your rank and station. With Lionel's ability, coming to a quick and logical decision to no more than the blink of an eye. Are you resisting arrest? Lionel inwardly sneered. He knew that those in positions of power never liked to be questioned. Even if it was the law, they'd find an excuse to not answer his question, not because they couldn't, but because they found it humiliating to do so. There was no shortage of those like this in enforcement positions. You would think that with their gene analysis tests, The Empire would be able to weed these people out from such professions. But it seemed not. Resisting arrest? Sir, to be frank, you three aren't a match for the two of us. You said yourself that this is an S-grade zone region. You should also have information that this zone was constructed for the entry of 8. Yet do you see anyone else other than the two of us? Lionel sent a glance toward Aina, but she seemed to have not heard his words, looking off into space blankly. This reaction made him feel a bit stifled. It was like that time she killed Conrad all over again. He couldn't read her. However, as expected, the three men stiffened as though just realizing this. It seemed that many still hadn't adjusted to the new world order quite yet. They were too used to normal citizens having no means to protect themselves. Lionel could obviously see their stats. Even the strongest among them only had their highest stat barely reach 0. 70. Of course, Lionel didn't foolishly think that this was enough to defeat them. It was unknown what abilities they had. In addition, if the Empire really kept tight control on technology now, then it was likely their guard dogs held some of this power as well. If these guards had guns on them, even Lionel would be at a loss. Firearms from the 1400s already gave him a huge headache. He definitely didn't dare take them head-on. Firearms from this day and age were a completely different animal. He wouldn't even know how he died if he dared to go up against them. The more Lionel thought about it, the more certain he became. If he was as sinister as the Emperor, using the metamorphosis to eradicate all instances of technology while keeping the only functioning machines with himself would be the perfect plan to hold on to power, Lionel grew even more serious. As you can see, sirs, if we wanted to resist, we could have already. So, will you answer my questions or not? Despite his apprehensions, Lionel could only continue forward. I am Tier 3 Officer Farlier, assigned to Perimeter 3 of the Royal Blue Fort Task Unit. Lionel remained expressionless, but he inwardly sighed a breath of relief. As long as he had this initiative, it wasn't a problem. A Tier 3 officer had the same standing as a Tier 3 government official. Lionel's father had been a Tier 5 government official, though that wasn't very helpful now, considering he was already 18 years old. Such an officer could be considered a step away from an elite. At the same time, he was at the very top of officials who dealt with normal civilian matters, meaning he had high standing, but when facing potential noble scions like Lionel and Aina, he had no choice but to be cautious. Of course, it helped that Lionel and Aina were so calm. A Tier 3 officer can make decisions about an S-grade zone? Lionel raised an eyebrow, immediately catching onto a problem. There should be very few who would even dare to enter such a zone, let alone succeed in clearing it. This was by definition something that could only be handled by elites. In that case, how could a Tier 3 official make decisions about it? The officer's face reddened slightly, but he hid it well beneath his deadpan expression. It was just unfortunate for him that Lionel's senses were too sharp. I don't mind if you escort us to someone who can make such a decision. Lionel's voice became like the officer's saving grace. However, giving you my treasures is impossible. We didn't enter the zone to disobey the orders of the Empire. We did so because if no one cleared it, we would have been mobbed to exhaustion by invalids who were swarming toward it. I'm sure you, as a Tier 3 officer, know of the Ascension Steel's First Amendment, right? The three officers looked at one another, bitterness clear in their gazes. The Ascension Steel was not much unlike the fallen American Empire's constitution. No matter the state of the Empire, even if it was under martial law, the Ascension Steel's words held the highest precedence. The First Amendment was known as the right to autonomy. It was an all-encompassing law that allowed the disregard of other amendments as long as there was sufficient cause. As one might imagine, such a vague law made it so that those with power got away with far more than they should while those without were out of luck. However, in this case, Lionel and Aina really did have such power. It didn't matter if they falsely regarded his ability as a D-grade one. The facts showed that he had the ability to clear an S-grade zone. At least for now, it was impossible to disregard this. Come with us, Officer Furlier finally said. With that, They led Lionel and Aina to a large black Jeep with 3 rows of seats. A natural gas vehicle? With wheels at that. So they're relying on such old technology to keep their hold on power. Huh. Lionel's eyes narrowed, but he didn't struggle and got into the car. His next move would all depend on how the rest of the day went. He looked out of the tinted windows, watching the sun slowly set in the distance. Chapter 65. Bonus chapter for 200 Power Stones Hiccup. Next at 400. Lionel wasn't surprised that the Royal Blue Fort held the same moniker as Royal Blue Academy. The reason why the Academy had this name in the first place was due to its proximity to the Royal Blue River, which directly fed into the World Sea. In fact, they weren't far from the coast even now. Earth, in this age, only had one large ocean body, though this ocean body had numerous separating currents and the like. After unifying the world, the Empire made amazing technological advances, eventually unlocking terraforming abilities that not only helped colonize the Moon and Mars, but also control the shift of tectonic plates. The current Earth was not unlike Pangea of the past. As a result, there was just one ocean. I wonder if there's just one universe. Is it Earth that's evolving to the 4th dimension? Or is it our universe? Or maybe it's on a smaller scale like our solar system. Lionel's brow furrowed, and he tossed this to the back of his mind. He simply didn't have enough information. If only Earth was evolving, that meant their colonies would be left behind. If not, the Empire would have many more variables to contend with. This aside, the Royal Blue Fort was the fortified government building of the Royal Blue Province. There were a total of 9 provinces, and, unsurprisingly, in terms of economic output and the overall well-being of its people, the Royal Blue Province was also ranked 3rd, just like Royal Blue Academy was. However, whether that would continue to be true from now on was unknown. As a flourishing province, Royal Blue Province had many industries, but among them, real estate had an exceptionally great place here. This was precisely due to its location near the coast. Paradise Islands that had orbits that passed over the ocean were highly sought after. Those who were poor saw Paradise Islands as prisons that kept them from the surface, but for the rich and powerful, it was a good way to get away for a few days and even seen as a great vacation spot. With such an important source of income gone now, it was obvious that Royal Blue Province would likely be on a downward trend from now on. However, this also represented opportunity. The 9 provinces were ruled by 9 governor-dukes. Obviously, the governor-duke of Royal Blue Province, Governor Duke Luem of the Luem family, wouldn't want to see his power wane and thus might be more willing to let a few things slide. Along the way, it wasn't rare to come across invalids. However, the Jeep was clearly built for these situations as a high-level armored vehicle. With the S-grade zone gone, this was no longer a hotbed of powerful invalids. The various F to C-grade invalids they ran across were easily mowed over or outrun. Such a situation made Lionel all the more serious. Without this Jeep, he and Aina could just as easily deal with these invalids, but the officer driving it most definitely could not. This was the advantage technology gave. The more Lionel saw such a situation, the more certain he was that acting rashly just because he had a little bit of power now was a foolish thing to do. In Lionel's hands, a cube with a bouncing blob of silver could still be found. When he had wanted to put it into his spatial bracelet, Montez gave him another palm to the forehead, saying that living organisms with strong life force couldn't be placed into such things. So you're living, huh? I wonder what you are. Lionel observed the little blob of silver performing tricks as though to cure itself of boredom. Aina sent a curious glance over, but it seemed she was also unaware of what the blob was. And, since she had ignored Lionel's implied question earlier, she felt it would be a bit too shameless to ask about it. So, the two sat silently at the back of the Jeep. Soon, a looming wall of steel that stretched 20 meters into the sky appeared, causing Lionel's eyes to narrow. He had seen this government building before, but it most definitely didn't have such walls in the past. After a complex series of protocols and bypassing the gates, the Jeep slowly rolled into the fort. Royal Blue Fort was like another world. Unlike the wreckage on the outside, it was organized, clean, and even had clear hallmarks of diligent city planning. If one knew nothing about what was going on outside, it would be easy to believe that this was just another day. The only clear difference here was that technology had regressed. With a quick glance, Lionel could tell that other than the street lamps that illuminated the dimming light of dusk, those who frequented the streets didn't have personal tech of their own. The buildings were mostly residential apartments separated into street blocks. In addition, there seemed to be one grocery store and an entertainment center per street block, but there weren't many people using them. This could have either been due to a curfew, or maybe they weren't so simple to use. Lionel felt it was likely a combination of the two. It didn't take long for the Jeep to reach the core of the fort. Since the fort itself had a diameter of barely 10 kilometers, it wasn't very large. The engine cut, and the sounds of opening doors made Lionel take a deep breath. Steeling himself and calming his heart, he took a step out, an aura of authority exuding from his body. Ana smiled lightly, but didn't say anything. She knew that Lionel wasn't trying to pressure anyone on purpose by doing this. He just had a habit of taking even the smallest things incredibly seriously, let alone something that likely involved his life and death. However, his actions caused the 3 officers who brought them here to break out into a cold sweat. At this point, they were no different from the students of Class A who suffered Lionel's torment all these years. At that moment, they felt like Lionel was a wild beast that might swallow them at any time. Even the imposing walls of the Governor Duke's mansion felt like they had shrunk several folds. Leo. Suddenly, Lionel's suffocating aura vanished as a familiar figure appeared from the large, towering double doors of the mansion. Lionel blinked before smiling lightly. James! The name had hardly come out before he was engulfed by a bear hug. Chapter 66 S. James' boisterous laughter filled the night sky. You dog. James punched Lionel's shoulder. You actually disappeared for half a month with my sister-in-law. Since when were you two moving so fast? Lionel laughed and shook his head. It seemed that James was still the same old James. We had to save your ass. Who asked you to be so useless? Lionel rebutted. James stumbled backward, putting a hand to his chest as though he had truly been hurt. Lionel's banter with James was light-hearted and fun, but made the officers break out into another cold sweat barely moments after surviving through their first bout. Though they didn't know who Lionel was, they definitely knew who James was. Beneath the Governor Duke's family, there were several other supporting families of great, albeit lower, standing. James' Bennett family was one of these forces, or how else could he be coming out from the Governor Duke's mansion? The truth was that this place looked like a mansion from the outside, but it was more accurately described as an estate or maybe even a castle. It looked like one massive home, but the inside was separated into the living residences of several prestigious families. In normal times, with how arrogant these families were, it was simply impossible for them to share space like this. Unfortunately, due to the apocalypse, space was limited. So, though they could live in better luxury than the normal citizens within the walls, they still had to bunch up as well. That said, it wasn't as though they were suffering. James finding Lionel here was actually just a pure coincidence. The towering double doors of the mansion were perpetually open. After all, it was just the entrance to an inner city of sorts, and no one dared casually offend so many nobles. He had been tasked with receiving some prisoners. Obviously, with their low standing, these officers had no right to enter the inner city. Since it was an easy method to gain some easy contributions, he had come. He had just never expected that the so-called prisoners would actually be his best friend and his sister-in-law. This is ridiculous. Don't even worry about it, James said with a casual wave of his hand. I don't know what you did wrong, but I assume it has something to do with entering a zone without first registering. But, considering the timing, you entered during the grace period. Hearing these words, Lionel's sighed a breath of relief. He really would rather not fall out with the Empire so quickly. He didn't have the means of dealing with them, even if he wouldn't be chased with the full brunt of their power. Plus, Earth was his home. He would rather not escape to some unknown world. James ignored the officers and led Lionel and Aina up the wide stairs and toward the looming double doors. It should have been no different from crossing another threshold, but Lionel felt that upon stepping through the doors that he had just passed a misty rain. He blinked in shock, only to find that the scene before him was completely different from what he had seen from the outside. It was like he had gone back in time to the day he left for school. Royal Blue City was back, and the Paradise Islands hadn't fallen. However, Lionel knew that this couldn't have been true. At best, this was a small replica of the once luxurious city. But what still remained unchanged was the fact that, unlike the outside, this place had no restrictions on technology at all. How? Lionel's brows furrowed. Spatial abilities? This place seems bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. There's even a sky here. What's going on? No, it's impossible for an ability to have such a large scale already. Right? Cool, isn't it? James grinned as he looked toward Aina and Lionel. It was rare that he could be aware of something these two Class A students weren't. Governor Duke's eldest son is managing this place while his father was recalled to the capital. Well, all Tier 6 officials and above were recalled. They want to clear out the Ascension province and restore its peak glory as quickly as possible. So not to mention Tier 6 and above officials. Even those monsters with S-grade abilities and above were recalled as well. However, they didn't leave us without any protection at all. The junior Governor Duke also has an S-grade ability. He calls it Illusion Mist. From the outside, this fort only seems to be 10 kilometers in diameter, but the truth is that it's almost double that, with most of the space being taken up by this hidden city. An S-grade ability? Lionel muttered. The scope and power of an S-grade ability left Lionel feeling cold. To hide such a city right beneath the eyes of so many, and for him, even with his sensory abilities, to not even notice. He wouldn't be able to handle such a person in battle, even if all of this junior Governor Duke stats were 0. 10. This was exactly why Lionel hadn't rashly attacked those Tier 3 officers. Not only was he worried about their technology, he was also worried about what abilities they might have. Even if his stats destroyed them in all areas, what could he do against an overpowered ability? It was the same as that metal body grade invalid he had killed. Lionel's stats had still been better than it at the time, but its ability made it frighteningly difficult to kill. Still, even with all of this being the case, Lionel remained calm. His ability didn't have such outstanding immediate effects, but he believed that its potential was no less frightening. If given enough time, his future prospects were unfathomable. Lionel wasn't an ambitious person. He didn't have lofty goals or a hunger for power. Sometimes he believed that it was precisely due to this disposition of his that the gene analysis results slotted him the way that it had. However, Lionel was also maturing slowly. Currently, he had no goals or aspirations, but that was only because he hadn't decided what he wanted to do with his life yet. He was just like any other normal 18-year-old, wandering a bit aimlessly. That said, there were two things Lionel did know. For one, he wanted to help Aina. And two, he didn't like the methods of the Ascension Empire. In fact, they sickened him. If this was the case, he only had one task: grow stronger. James' lip twitched when he felt his best friend start emitting that scary aura again. He had grown a bit used to it, but it still made his knees weak. He knew that Lionel had a slumbering beast hidden inside him that only lifted its head every so often. If there came a day Lionel met something that let him completely release that beast, if you weren't so soft, you would truly be a monster. Come on, I was supposed to bring you to Tier 5 Admiral Milan. I was confused before, but you guys probably did something big. Huh? It's fine, my dad doesn't fear that old guy. It should be easy to smooth things over. Plus, talent is exactly what we need right now. Chapter 67. Bonus chapter for 400. Next at 600. Might as well not be anymore if you guys are getting them as regularly as normal updates. Sobs. The hidden city of Royal Blue Fort had its own government buildings. Though the escort of Lionel and Aina seemed lax, the truth was that this simply represented confidence. From what Lionel could tell, There was something about the metamorphosis, and especially zones that destroy technology. He was only lucky that his bike didn't use electricity to fold and unfold itself, or it too would have stopped working. However, outside of zones, the Empire had managed to keep their hold on technology. With such a reality being before Lionel right now, was it even possible to escape? Tier 5 Admiral Milan would have likely come to find them after they were thrown into a cell, but James completely ignored this and instead brought them directly to the military holdings. The admiral position was especially important in a coastal province like theirs. Due to the vastness of the world sea, it provided many opportunities for rebels. As a result, admirals and their navies played a key role in dealing with these uprisings. Though rebels were no longer the primary problem they faced, the dangers that lay in the oceans were likely even fiercer now. Whoever said that humans were the only ones who could awaken abilities during this metamorphosis? Admiral Milan, I brought the prisoners. James' tone bordered on sarcasm. Who told this old fart to try and arrest his best friend? James knocked on a solid oak door and brazenly raised his voice. The offices of the high-level government and military officials were located in a place similar to a city hall. There were tall ceilings leading to curving glass windows, numerous thick pillars, and spacious floorings of expensive, high-class marble. Tier 5 Admiral Milan's office was located on the upper floors, as per usual. A golden inscribed nameplate was nailed to the center of the door. His secretary had been outside and was meant to field all visitors, but who would have expected James' actions to be so overbearing? Lionel couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had a feeling that James was going all out to help him now as a repayment for the national championship game. It made his heart feel a bit warm. Soon, a short man of barely 54-inch opened the door. Though he wasn't very tall, he had a strong, stocky appearance and broad shoulders. His hair was slightly graying, and he had the most perfectly groomed beard Lionel had ever seen. He might have had a small stature, but his air of command was undeniable. In addition, as an admiral, what was the most important was his mind and strategic abilities, not his personal combat prowess. You brought prisoners here? The mission should have made it clear for you to escort them to the prison. What do you think you're doing? Admiral Milan's voice was deep and rumbling. It made Lionel feel like his very bones were vibrating beneath its waves. Is his ability related to his voice? It must be. You think I would let my friend and my sister-in-law rot away in a cell while you play your petty mind games with them? James asked. Plus, I have information on their crimes. They entered the zone during the grace period. They had no choice, or we would have been swarmed by invalids. Hearing these words, Admiral Milan's visage darkened further. How could he not know these things? Since they had sensed the energy waves of the zone, they obviously knew when it appeared and when it had been entered. However, this was a rare opportunity to take advantage of a few kids that seemed to have power, but no backing to speak of. He had planned to soften them up by letting them stay in a cell for a few days and maybe weeks, then play the role of savior to get them out. Then he might be able to get them to seek shelter beneath his wings and become the vassals of his Milan family. But who knew that this would happen? This was an S-grade zone they were talking about. One meant for 8. It was cleared by 2 people. The fact that these 2 hadn't been recalled to the capital was a miracle. Though his standing wasn't the highest, it was still fairly high. He was aware that it was possible for talents to fall through the cracks. Reason being these talents would come from poorer families. As a result, the wristwatches they were given at birth wouldn't be high-level and thus fail to accurately judge their talent. This was a guess Lionel had already made long ago, a guess he was even more certain of after seeing how flourishing this hidden city was. With how important accurate information was within zones, they were essentially playing with the lives of their citizens, but none of this mattered anymore. With James' interference, even if he didn't personally hold any power, the influence he had would be enough to expose Milan's machinations. Despite the whirlwind of emotions going through his mind, Admiral Milan was still a veteran who had seen death and war. His adaptability and his mind were what few could compare to. "All right," he said simply, "since a member of the Bennett family can vouch for them, this will make the process simpler. The treasures gained during the grace period, under the decree of His Majesty, can be kept by the two of you. However, they need to be properly registered, along with their abilities and names. In addition, from now on, the rewards you gain from zones will first and foremost be considered the property of the Empire. You will gain ascension points in return which you can use to buy them back. Of course, since they were earned by your efforts, should you choose to buy them back, you will receive a discount. Lionel sighed inwardly as he listened to all of these rules and regulations. Ultimately, what the Empire cared the most about was control. They wanted a record of every treasure that appeared on Earth, and judging by how many times Admiral Milan's gaze had swept curiously across the cube in his hand, the matter wasn't only as simple as this either. As for the rest, he'll allow James to explain it. This is an era of danger, but also opportunity. It isn't impossible for you two to climb up. Admiral Milan's words seemed laced in a deep meaning, but Lionel only smiled respectfully, thanking the Admiral before following James toward registration. This registration process is likely so that the Empire can catch talents that might fall through the cracks due to their own scheming. In that case, it might not be a bad thing if they can't see through the potential of my ability. Lionel's thoughts were simple. In a zone, who could tell what happened? Weren't the wristwatch on his hand and the team who followed him in the only things that could? The second problem was easily solved. He only had to enter with those he trusted. As for the first, it was a bit more complex. If his registration went well, the Empire would set his sights on him. They would give him a higher-level wristwatch that would be able to more accurately read zones. In that case, it would be nearly impossible for him to hide the rewards he received. However, if he was deemed as unworthy of such effort, he would be allowed to keep this lower-level device. For context, this was the same device that assigned the Mayan tomb an F grade in the beginning. What if the Empire thought he was only receiving F grade rewards, when in reality, he was receiving C grade or even higher treasures? The benefits of this could be imagined. He could bide his time and slowly build his power. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Asterisk beep asterisk. Subject, Aina Brazen ability. Name unassigned. Ability type, healing. Ability grade, error. Undefined. Unable to estimate potential. Asterisk beep asterisk. Subject, Lionel Morales. Ability. Name unassigned. Ability type, sensory. Ability grade, error. Undefined. Unable to estimate potential. The City Hall building had seemingly grinded to a halt before James' laughter rang out. Huh, my best friend and sister-in-law are two of those variant ability monsters. We'll see who dares to bully me now. He seemed to have completely missed how gloomy Lionel's current expression was. Chapter 68. In the end, Lionel could only sigh. He couldn't have imagined that instead of making an incorrect guess, the scanners of the City Hall would actually slot them into the variant category. This could be considered to be even worse than Lionel's worst-case scenario. According to James, variants were individuals with abilities rated above the S grade. There weren't accurate enough devices to measure them, so they could only be lumped together. However, most importantly, all of these individuals had spotlights trained onto them. Of those who survived the initial stage of the metamorphosis, there were a few dozen who achieved this hidden grade of sorts. This number couldn't be considered large, but it wasn't small either. Since the grade was so vague, there were obviously differences in strength between those who had this variant title, but those differences were often not obvious, at least at the start. Earth was still in its infant stages. What would happen in the future was still difficult to decipher. Lionel stepped out from the sphere Faraday cage-like device. It was constructed by numerous separate pieces of circular metals, attached to each other at 2 points and spread apart until they formed a ball shape large enough for 10 humans to enter at once. The moment he did, he felt like he wasn't a human who had stepped out from a steel ball, but rather a hamster who had fallen from his hamster wheel. The feeling of being the center of attention wasn't something Lionel was unused to. If it wasn't for this catastrophic event, he would probably have tens of millions of fans watching him play football every week. But this was still a weird feeling. The weirdest gazes came from those wearing what looked like lab coats, the symbol of Royal Blue Province's most prestigious research lab, Blue Pearl Research and Labs, embroidered onto their lapels. They looked no different from ravenous beasts looking toward a piece of fresh meat. To scientists like them, the metamorphosis was like a gift to a child on Christmas. Which of them didn't want to uncover the truths behind these mysterious occurrences? Humans might not have many redeeming qualities, but one thing they were was curious, and they felt an insatiable need to cure themselves of this curiosity. The opportunity to study two variants brought was simply unimaginable. How could they not be excited? At that moment, the scientists who had already swarmed Aina split into a river of two and engulfed Lionel, who they had previously ignored as well. Lionel Morales, is it? To think you would be a variant as well. Please allow me to track your brain waves for a single month. It'll give you 10 ascension points a day in return. Don't listen to this old codger. Listen. I only want you to wear this micro camera so that I can monitor and record your fights. You don't have to wear it all the time, only when you head out for missions. They'll give you 5 ascension points a day in return. These old fools only know how to fight amongst themselves. You're a sensory type, right? You're perfect for my research. Unlike these idiots who seem to believe you can only be the lab RA, honorable test subject for one of us at a time, I have no issue sharing you. I only hope to meet with you once a week for help on a device I'm working on. The chorus of white lab coat wearing maniacs made Lionel's lip twitch. Even Aina seemed bashful about all this. Her cheeks had a slight tint of red to them, and she looked toward the ground to avoid their gazes. Such a scene made Lionel want to rush forward to protect her. You psychotic nerds, don't you have any self-respect? Unfortunately, James' words completely fell on deaf ears. The scientist didn't bother with him even one bit. At that moment, the basement floor of the Fort City Hall received some more guests. The ding of a large elevator's descent could be heard before its thick steel doors slowly opened to reveal several middle-aged men and women wearing serious expressions. Their gazes swept over the underground lab to land on both Aina and Lionel, who were both being swarmed. Amongst them, Lionel easily picked out Tier 5 Admiral Milan. This time, his relaxed but stern expression had a bit of dark tint to it. Clearly, he knew how great the opportunity he had missed was now that Lionel and Aina were variants. However, he also knew that this would have been exposed eventually, and his family wasn't qualified to hoard such talents to themselves. The one in the lead of them, however, was a woman with wide hips wearing a tight knee-length skirt. Her hair was pinned up in a neat bun, and her delicate features were hardly hidden behind the frames of her glasses. Much like her skirt, her blouse clung tightly to her curves, seemingly barely holding back the towering mounds on her chest. However, that view was partially obscured by the clipboard she held to it. No matter how you looked at it, she was just a secretary. In fact, the identification tag hanging from her waist made this guess all the more obvious. Though she was an outstanding beauty, a beauty not losing out to Joan no matter how one looked at it, she still shouldn't have been qualified to lead this small group of Tier 5 officials. 2 great talents have joined our Royal Blue Fort. This is great. The secretary smiled lightly, her visage lighting up the whole room. She curiously observed Aina before turning her gaze toward Lionel, but she was surprised to find that the young man was only curiously gazing at her as well. By her estimations, an 18-year-old boy, at this moment, should be doing his very best to stop the next current of drool from falling from his lips. How could he so calmly meet her gaze? Did he maybe not see women in that way? Though she thought this, as a woman with her level of standing, it was impossible for one to be able to read her emotions from her expression. Ah, look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. Imaya, Royal Blue Province's Secretary Marquisette. I can be considered to be the personal aide of young Junior Governor Duke, so I apologize on his behalf for not being here. However, he is currently in the process of clearing a grade zone as we speak. A sudden flash of understanding overcame Lionel. Secretary Marquisette. That was a Tier 6 official position. Even Governor Dukes were just a single level higher. It was no wonder they were all so respectful to this woman. Lionel had never expected the Secretary Marquisette to be so young. He also realized now that the reason he thought she was a normal secretary was because from his vantage point, he could only see a part of the tag on her hip. "I see. It's nice to meet you. I am Lionel Morales." Lionel smiled politely. Ana gave a polite greeting of her own, but she seemed to have gone back to her quiet, stoic self. Lionel really couldn't understand how she flipped through emotions so quickly. One moment she was yelling at him, the next telling him he stunk, the next she was blushing, and the next she was a brick wall. Women really were the bane of men. Since the formalities are out of the way, we should get to the important stuff. I'm sorry to tell you that until the capital sends a proper response, the two of you won't be allowed to enter any zones. This procedure will take at least a few months with the state the Ascension Province is in currently. Chapter 69. 600 Power Stones. Next at 800. Definitely going to make this every 300 PS next week. Though Lionel was inwardly seething, his expression didn't change much. He looked like that innocent boy who tricked Joan and her knights for all those months. There were two reasons the capital would try to stall for time like this. One is that they wanted to slow his growth. Powerful beings were good for the benefit of Earth, but their existences would be difficult to control after enough time passed. Earth's current technology could probably put Lionel in a grave right now without much issue, but whether or not that would still be true in a year or more was still unknown. The second reason was less sinister. It was possible that it really would take this long for the two of them to be accommodated for. It was definitely not easy to build those devices. Lionel had no ability to deal with the wristwatch on his hand currently. Even now, he couldn't even damage it, let alone take it off. If this was considered low level, who knew how much more was put into those high-level ones? Lionel couldn't imagine. There was still one other reason Lionel didn't flip out, though, aside from the fact it would be stupid to do so. Even if he couldn't enter the zones, it didn't mean he didn't have other methods to grow. Does that mean we'll have to sit idly for those months? Lionel asked with a slight frown. Even if Lionel knew it was foolish to have an outburst, it would be even more foolish to pretend nothing was wrong. If he didn't show any discontent, it would be even more suspicious. Of course not, Maya replied with a light smile. Even if you cannot enter zones, we still need your help to clear out invalids. The sooner our province can start running like normal again, the better. Those like you and Miss Ana will be the backbone of such efforts. Lionel's internal sneer deepened. As long as he was on Earth and not sent back in time through a subdimensional zone, how could any of his actions be hidden from them? Lionel wouldn't be surprised even if they assigned a satellite to monitor his every move. My own personal satellite. I can't lie, that sounds kind of cool. Lionel lightly joked with himself in an attempt to better his mood. After a few more rounds of empty words, Maya dismissed the other Tier 5 officials and personally monitored the remainder of the registration process. As the night waned, more and more of Lionel's secrets were laid bare, a process that only made him more and more uncomfortable. In the end, Maya's lingering fragrance became like the venomous gas of a poisonous serpent to him. She was practically attached to his hip, reading his expression diligently, as though trying to find if he was hiding anything else. Lionel wanted to hide some things, but he ultimately decided against it. In truth, he knew that he might have had some leeway. For example, the Empire scanners seemed to have a problem with judging the merit of things at and above the S grade. If not for this, why would the broad stroke variant grade exist? If Lionel really wanted to, he could have passed off some high-level treasures as being graded higher than they really were and used the excuse that he traded in his lower-level rewards for them. However, there were two reasons Lionel decided against this. Firstly, he simply wasn't confident in continuing to hide these things. Not to mention technology of this era, even technology of a few hundred years ago, was already potent enough that no one could escape under its detection. Lionel wasn't foolish enough to believe that he was the exception. How could it be possible for him to continuously dodge the scrutiny of countless eyes and cameras? In the end, He would be forced to never use those rewards again for fear of the retaliation his lying would cause. The trade-off wasn't worth it. These rewards were too useful to him. Secondly, there was an even more chilling possibility. What if the Empire was feigning ignorance? Hadn't they already done so once? They clearly knew this metamorphosis was coming, or else their wristwatches wouldn't be able to analyze zones. Yet, they had said nothing. Who was to say that their detection devices weren't several times better than what they displayed, and they were instead keeping some things covert to weed out dangerous variables and potential traitors? Such thoughts made the cold in Lionel's heart grow chillier. So, for now, he obediently took out every one of his rewards, describing them all to the best of his ability. Even when he came to those 5 objects Montez gave him, even though he didn't truly know what they were, he still gave his best explanation. I was interested in force art, so I picked out these 5 things. This quill can draw force art, while these materials help in creating treasures that rely on force art. This was Lionel's best guess. He believed that the pair of black gloves, the oars, and the special silver blob were all connected in some way. Seeing Lionel so obediently bring out so many treasures and describe them one by one caused Maya's expression to ease. Though she seemed in charge, the appearance of 2 variants put great pressure on her. She wasn't lost to the fact this era had changed. Personal strength meant much more than it had in the past. Unfortunately, her own awakened ability wasn't very great, though she was still more than satisfied with it. It wasn't wrong for Lionel to be so shocked that she was so young, because the truth was that she wasn't. In fact, her 60th birthday would be very soon. Of course, Lionel didn't know this, or else he might very well faint from shock. This aside, she had a very good impression of Lionel right now, and even found him to be quite adorable. Before she realized what was happening, she was treating him like her own grandson, seemingly not noticing that her current appearance of a 20-year-old woman in her prime made it look more like she was flirting rather than doting on a youngster she was fond of. Eventually, Lionel finished. He even decided to trade in some of his lower-level treasures like his previous pair of shoes in exchange for some ascension points. A long while later, he was brought to his living quarters. As a variant, it wasn't a surprise that Royal Blue Fort wasn't stingy with him. In fact, he received a large mansion near the core of the hidden city to himself. He didn't even know what to do with all of the space. He collapsed in a bed, staring toward the ceiling expressionlessly. A wave of fatigue assaulted him. It could be said that this was the first time in almost a year that he had had such peace. But it was ironically peace given to him by obediently dancing to the tune of the Empire. It was quite a bittersweet feeling. Lionel didn't even realize when he fell asleep. It wasn't until the sound of a ringing doorbell woke him up the next morning that he realized he had dozed off at all. He had to practically sprint through the massive mansion for him to get downstairs in a timely manner, only to find a delicate beauty wearing a black military outfit filled with pockets waiting for him. "Let's go do some missions," Aina said lightly. Her voice was as refreshing as morning dew. Chapter 70. Lionel was dazed for a moment before he blinked, a hint of confusion coloring his handsome face. He had expected that once they came back, Aina would start avoiding him again. Now that they weren't in a zone and couldn't enter one for a long while, she wouldn't have to feel bad about leaving him behind. But he could have never imagined that she would actually come to seek him out first. Aina was really too confusing to him. Did she want to avoid him or not? Maybe she was moved by the words he spoke in Paris? Or it was also possible that she decided that since he wouldn't give up on her, she might as well use him. Lionel might have been infatuated to the point of causing others to raise an eyebrow when it came to Aina, but he wasn't a fool. The matter of her lying about the entry quota had definitely stirred something within him. A part of Lionel wanted to believe that she wanted an excuse to spend more time with him, but he wasn't so vain. It was more likely related to her family. Aina clearly had an even stronger motivation to grow powerful in comparison to Lionel. The most likely explanation was that she wanted as many rewards to herself as possible. Logically, then, entering with as few people as possible was the most beneficial to her. Though Lionel knew this was most likely the answer, he didn't hate her for it. He too made selfish decisions without asking for her opinion first within the zone. In addition, she wasn't trying to harm him. They did indeed have the capability to clear it alone. The only variables were related to the zone teetering on becoming a unique zone, but Aina hadn't known this until they entered. "Young miss." Lionel, who had been dazed to the point of staring at Aina for several long moments, was startled awake by a familiar voice. Yuri, while holding up her skirt, ran forward like a delicate lady. Lionel glanced in her direction, then looked toward Aina, then back toward Yuri once more. "Aina, did you run away from her?" Lionel's lip curled into a smile he tried to conceal as he spoke, teasing Aina. "I picked a mission near where your paradise island might have fallen. You want to check it out, right?" Aina bit her lip. Lionel's smile froze, but it wasn't out of anger or sadness. He knew that his father was fine now, so he hadn't been as stressed about the matter. But Aina didn't know this. The fact she was so thoughtful warmed his heart. After a moment, Lionel grinned and looked toward Yuri, who was still running toward them with all the might she could muster. His hand swept forward and grabbed Aina's. It seemed it was Aina's turn to be dazed now. "Let's run, then." Lionel grinned, slamming the mansion doors shut behind and sprinting through the streets with his arm, linked with Aina's, trailing behind. Seeing such a scene, Yuri could only stop, her delicate features covered with a thin layer of sweat. She panted for a moment, then stomped her feet, clearly unresigned. Aina's actions left her more than exasperated. In fact, she had an overwhelming feeling of anxiety swelling in her chest. "Miss, it's too dangerous outside." Yuri's words sounded like the wild ravings of an overly controlling maid. But only she and Aina knew that her worries weren't without cause, because this danger had nothing to do with invalids. Even hours later, Lionel's wild grin hadn't faded. But this smile had nothing to do with being with Aina any longer. Rather, it had everything to do with the vehicle they were in. Lionel excitedly pressed on the gas pedal, winding through the wreckage of buildings with glee. He had never had the opportunity to learn to drive. Cars were too rare due to the densely populated cities. Everything had been boiled down to incredibly expensive public transportation. So, when Lionel found out that he could take out one of these armored jeeps thanks to his level of privileges, he practically jumped for joy. "Can't you drive a little slower?" Aina asked for probably the dozenth time. "We're almost there," Lionel replied with a smile. Aina wished she had several more seat belts. Lionel's almost there response had been the only reply she received in return in the last 3 hours. The words had completely lost all of their meaning. At this point, she could only swear to herself that even if Lionel pouted like a child, she would be the one to drive them back. She had lost count of the number of times the Jeep almost flipped over. Luckily for her, this time around, Lionel really wasn't lying. They reached their destination in less than 5 minutes to find the sight of a wreckage that wiped the smile from Lionel's face. It could be said that the once glorious city was a mess. But until now, Lionel had still not laid eyes on the wreckage of a paradise island. It could only be described as devastating. Like the crater of a fallen meteor, the surrounding several hundred meters had sunken deep into the ground. Let alone the remains of buildings. It was more accurate to say that the shattered remains of structures impossible to deduce the original form of were littered about in a wild and unconstrained way. The subtle smell of rot pervaded the air. It wasn't obvious at first, and one could easily become used to it after a few moments, but it was exactly this that left Lionel feeling so stifled. All he could think about was the fact those who died here probably didn't even have corpses intact enough to produce a smell more forceful and obvious. Even in death, they hardly left their stamp on the world. Lionel clutched the wheel of the Jeep so tightly that the creaks of its breaking plastic and his whitening hands could be heard through the silence. Unforgivable. This was truly unforgivable. Chapter 71. Bonus chapter for 800 Power Stones. Karma will get you all eventually. Lionel's grip eventually loosened, and he sat silently for a while. Soon, his breathing became steady once more. To the side, Aina wasn't sure how to console Lionel. Of course, she wasn't aware that Lionel wasn't feeling this way due to the likely death of his father. Regardless, she had similar experiences of her own. Her own mother was dead, and her father had likely followed in her footsteps. But she had always had problems putting her emotions into words. She was always more likely to either implode or shut down. There didn't seem to be a third option for her. This time around, she chose to shut down. Luckily for her, Lionel wasn't actually mourning the death of his father and quickly regained his composure, opening the driver's door and stepping out. It wasn't long before Aina followed behind him. "How did you know to come here directly? I thought it would take us a few days to find it at least." Aina tried a probing question. Her words weren't wrong. Paradise Islands follow orbits, so where they fell would be variable. She only picked a mission to clear Perimeter 7 because it was near the general area, but she didn't expect to find the wreckage so quickly. Lionel took a deep breath. "I remember the time they fell, and I know the orbit like the back of my hand, so calculating where it wasn't a problem." He explained simply. The orbits of Paradise Islands weren't public knowledge, or rather, the majority of their routes weren't. Only their stop points were known. As for the path they followed between them, it could only be left up to conjecture. For Lionel, who had been illegally traveling to the surface world for so many years already, it was simple to have this taboo knowledge. Lionel took a step and slid down the side of the crater. He knew that whatever his father left behind, it wouldn't have a problem surviving the fall. He didn't believe that his old man was dumb enough to not have a method of protecting his things. A part of Lionel held a small piece of resentment for his father. After all, since he knew this was coming, couldn't he have saved these people? But in the end, Lionel knew why he hadn't. Had he saved these people and then left, the Empire would definitely have all eyes trained onto Lionel. By then, even leaving the fort to come to this place would have been impossible. Lionel found the wreckage he knew must have been his home and began to dig. His home now had collapsed. Several large slabs of brick and stone folded atop of one another. In comparison to the other structures, this could be considered to be relatively intact. With him and Aina's work together, it wasn't long before a small path was created and they could duck into the remains of his home's living room, if you could even call it that. Their movements caused dust to fly into the air. The two covered their mouths, but were unable to hold back their ensuing coughs. "Lou." Aina tried to start her attempt at saying some comforting words, but she backed out at the last moment again. In her mind, there really was no point in checking this place. The best-case scenario was seeing something he didn't want to see, even if by some miracle his father survived the fall. It's already been more than half a year since then. How could a normal human survive for so long? However, Lionel pretended not to hear the start of her murmurings. He stepped forward, carefully crawling up and through the wreckage. It wasn't long before Aina picked up on the fact that something was wrong. Lionel didn't look like a person looking for the remains of his father. Instead, he looked like he already had a destination in mind. Seemingly thinking of a possibility, she quickly followed and soon had her thoughts confirmed. Lionel appeared above the remains of a staircase that descended. Shockingly enough, though, there wasn't even the slightest crack. Let alone a crack. It seemed completely unaffected by things around it. At the end of this staircase, a seemingly simple wooden door lay, equally as unaffected. "I guess you're not too useless, old man," Lionel thought to himself. By now, Aina was certain that Lionel was hiding something. However, she also didn't dare to speak because she knew why Lionel was going out of his way to not explain anything either. It didn't take a genius to know that they were likely being monitored. The reason Lionel dared to come here despite this was because he believed his father would account for this as well. He descended the steps and reached for the door handle, only to find it locked. Lionel frowned. "Don't tell me that old man forgot to give me a key." "No, there's no keyhole here. There's probably another way to open it." After a moment, Lionel suddenly realized that the round door handle was a bit rough. It was a weird feeling because he could have sworn that it looked like smooth brass before. So where was this rough texture coming from? Lionel pulled his hand back and observed the knob. It really did appear to be smooth. What was the problem? Reaching forward again, Lionel closed his eyes and touched the knob once more. As expected, it really was rough. His body jolted as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Lionel calmed his mind and discarded his useless thoughts. His senses became many times more sensitive in that instant. The rough texture on his hands became many times more refined. What once was an erratic, seemingly aimless pattern gained itself a unique organization that projected itself into Lionel's mind. In those moments, Lionel learned something else about his body. His eyes didn't seem to be as good as his other senses for some reason. He could tell the difference between a loaded and unloaded gun by their weight, and now he could feel intricate patterns on his palms that his eyes couldn't see. For now, Lionel wasn't aware of if this would always be the case or not, but for now, his sense of touch was definitely the highest amongst his original 5 senses. Or, rather, this was the only conclusion he could come up with based on the information he had. It's a force art, Lionel thought. A complicated lock, but it shouldn't be a problem. Lionel's fundamentals in force art could be considered to be solid. It was likely no one else on Earth knew as much as he did. Well, aside from his own father, apparently. However, this lock wasn't meant to be some great test or an obstacle Lionel needed to cross. Opening it was actually incredibly simple. Lionel took control of his force and poured it into the knob, slowly tracing across the fine, invisible lines. For someone else, this task would have bordered on impossible. But for him, his spirit was simply too high for this little test. 10 minutes later, a light click was heard and the knob finally turned, revealing a dark corridor. Lionel stepped in, followed by Aina, who hadn't said a word during the entire process. The door clicked closed behind them with hardly a sound. It wasn't long before the two of them found themselves in a small, dimly lit library. In truth, it was difficult to give it such a moniker. Calling it a library was a bit inaccurate. There were only 4 bookcases with 5 shelves each. The books still totaled a few hundred, but compared to a real library, it was still far too small. It was more accurate to call this place a small office. Aside from those 4 bookcases, there were several shorter cases with several cubicles. These cubicles were filled to the brim with countless scrolls. These scrolls seemed to number even more than the few hundred books themselves. Then, there was a plain workbench at the very center. It had several odd wells dipped into its seemingly dark oak surface, and Lionel could see deep etchings drawn all across its body. But other than that, there was nothing else that stood out about it. Rather than this, there were 2 things that left Aina and Lionel a bit stunned. For one, books? Scrolls? Wasn't the use and creation of paper banned? How could there be so many here? And secondly, there were 3 pedestals at the end of the office. Each was covered by a small dome of light that seemed to manifest from thin air. On each of the pedestals, there was a single object. The first was a bland black ring that seemed unpolished, as though its creator couldn't be bothered with its final look. The second was a black cube that seemed put together like a jigsaw puzzle. And the last was a small silver plate, not even 4 inches across. It was uniform in all areas with the exception of a small indent at its very center. Chapter 72. Lionel stood silently for a moment, then took a step forward. Aina gazed toward his back with a complicated look. Why would he allow her to come here? It can't be that he really trusted her to this extent, right? But when she thought about it, what other choice did Lionel have? She sprung this sudden mission on him without warning and even plainly said it was in the area his paradise island might have fallen. Let's assume for a moment that he didn't come here. What then? What if he waited until he separated from Aina to come to this place? What would those observing him think of this? It was obvious. Their first instinct would be to think that he was hiding something. However, Aina's actions gave him a good opportunity. There was a level of spontaneity that made everything seem natural. He really seemed like a boy who was looking for the remains of his father. When Aina analyzed things to this point, she found a corner and crossed her legs in meditation. Of course, she had no idea that this was only part of the truth. There were ultimately still many ways Lionel could have avoided this outcome. He could have made her wait outside under the pretext he wanted to grieve alone, for example. The ultimate reason he allowed her to come here was because he trusted her. It was as simple as this. Whether that trust was due to his rosy-colored glasses or she was really worthy of it, maybe even Lionel himself didn't know. Lionel noticed that Aina had closed her eyes and had stopped paying attention to her surroundings, but he didn't say much about it. He continued forward and eventually stopped at the pedestal furthest to the left. He reached forward through the barrier of energy. He had thought that it would stop him, but surprisingly, it didn't. His hand passed right through as though it was nothing more than air. Lionel picked up the unpolished ring. As expected, it had a texture similar to an uneven coat of dry paint. After observing it for a while, he couldn't find anything special about it. He even got the vague feeling that it wasn't even in front of him, despite the fact he was very much aware that it was in his hand. Suddenly thinking of something, Lionel stopped observing with his eyes and focused all his attention on his hands. Maybe he could find something similar to the force art on the door handle, but Lionel was soon disappointed. No matter how he looked at it, this really was just a ring with a poor finish quality. Whoever made this thing really must have not cared for his craft very much. Wait, just when Lionel was feeling stumped, he thought back to Montez teaching him how to use his spatial bracelet. What if this was a similar item? Take control of my internal sight. Concentrate it. Imagine opening a door. The truth was that not everyone could use spatial treasures, even if they had one on hand. To the current Earth, those who even had internal sight were a rare few. And those who could control were even fewer. If Lionel had been willing to risk it and hid the existence of his spatial bracelet, it was unlikely anyone at Royal Blue Fort would be able to call him out on it. Just when Lionel was about to succeed, he felt a boom resound in his mind. Pain ravaged his thoughts, and blood dripped from his nose. He fell backward in a daze, crashing to the ground. To an outside observer, he was staring blankly at the ceiling, not even reacting to his head rebounding off the hard floors. However, if one looked closely, his eyes were completely vacant, as though he had already died. Shocked by the sudden noise, Aina's eyes flashed open. When she saw Lionel on the ground, she shot up and to his side, but no matter what she did, she couldn't seem to wake him up. While Lionel's body was being violently shaken by Aina, his mind was in a completely different place. He felt as though he had stepped foot into a hellish world. No, he might not even disagree if one said this was hell itself. Above, clouds of black-red rolled, the low rumbling of thunder beating against his ears repeatedly. In the distance, these clouds formed vertical swirls of cyclones and tornadoes, touching the ground like demonic omens of greed and gluttony. The ground was covered in sands of gray and black. However, these specks of earth looked more like the world had been covered in a thin layer of dust rather than being an actual part of the world itself. In the distance, Lionel could see the ground begin to roll into small hills. The further into the distance he looked, these hills gradually grew in size, eventually becoming small mountains. In the end of it all, there was a mountain of black so tall that even the rumbling clouds above were pierced through by it. Still, this wasn't the end of it. What caught Lionel's attention the most in this hellish place weren't the tornado clouds, the suffocating atmosphere, or even the impossibly tall mountains. What he couldn't take his eyes off were the countless polearms pierced into the ground. Like a densely packed graveyard, countless spears were dotted across the world. Some of them were broken, others were whole. Some had dried blood caking their polearms, while yet others were spotless. Lionel stood in a daze for a long while before he finally licked his dry lips. What the hell was this place? Lionel tried to take a step forward, but suddenly found that a mountain was weighing on his shoulders. Sweat fell from his brows as he gritted his teeth, eventually struggling forward by just a single step. However, even though he succeeded, it felt like half of his Boda stamina had been drained. Lionel reached to the side to find something to steady his wobbling knees, eventually catching hold of the shaft of a wooden spear. However, the result was completely outside his expectations. Another boom resounded in his mind. He suddenly found himself in another world, racing through a jungle. A single layer of beast skin covered his lower half. his bare torso rippling with muscle as he hopped from tree to tree with nothing but a wooden spear in his hand. What seemed to be a saber-toothed tiger raced toward him from below, roaring as though completely enraged. A laughter left Lionel's lips, but he somehow felt that it wasn't a laughter that came from him. Completely unable to control his body, his free hand caught onto a vine and swung downward in a wild but controlled arc. At the perfect moment, he let go, his spear cocking backward as a savage grin coated his features. Unable to react, the back of the saber-toothed tiger's head was completely pierced through, its last roar being followed by a gurgling of blood. Lionel found himself sitting on the tiger's massive head. He pulled the spear from the beast's skull, savagely licking the blood that drenched his spear and palm. A moment later, Lionel jolted awake. He suddenly felt something heavy on his chest, making him think that he might have returned to that hellscape graveyard of spears. But he soon realized that the pressure wasn't heavy enough. "Aina?" Lionel frowned, realizing the weight on his chest came from a delicate fragrance that made his senses feel incomparably comfortable. When he noticed how soft the weight was, and even since that his chest was a bit wet, he realized that this weight was actually a sobbing girl. "Ew." Aina looked up from Lionel's chest. Her amber eyes were puffy with tears, giving them a red hue that Lionel felt bad for thinking suited her. There was something about this crying Aina that made his heart stir uncontrollably. He didn't even think before he hugged her, causing her to fall back into his chest. "What happened?" Lionel asked, trying to appear soothing. But he couldn't have expected what happened next. In fact, he didn't even truly register what happened at all. It was just that he found it weird he was looking up at the ceiling again. When Lionel landed on the ground again, he only barely registered a pair of slender legs walking by him as he slid across the floor. And by the time he sat up, Aina was back in her corner with her eyes closed as though nothing had happened. Lionel couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 73. After Lionel stopped chuckling, a wave of fatigue hit him. He felt as though his mind was completely drained. Even his control over his force was severely weakened. "My spirit dropped." Lionel looked up toward the ceiling and frowned. He could vaguely feel that it wasn't a permanent drop, but was rather temporary. He could probably recover it after taking a nap, as he didn't have a quicker method. Dimensional cleanse resulted in his spirit growing. This was especially after he formed his first star. However, Lionel knew that it was more of a byproduct rather than a direct influence. Practicing dimensional cleanse strengthened his ability, and his ability seemed to influence his spirit. This was the link between the two occurrences. Dimensional cleanse had no direct impact on his spirit, so the only method he had to deal with this problem was time. Lionel knew now that his spirit was obscenely high. Aina had formed her 7th force node now, yet her spirit wasn't even 10% of his own. The gap was massive. In addition, from Lionel's observations, Aina's spirit hadn't improved when moving from 6 force nodes to 7, unlike Lionel's, which experienced a leap every time he formed one. But this once again proved his conjecture. Forming force nodes strengthened his ability, which in turn strengthened his spirit. Unless someone else had a similar ability to his own, he likely had the highest spirit stat on Earth currently, and by a large margin at that. Lionel was so weak and lost in his thoughts that it took him several moments to realize that there was a spear in his hand, and even a few seconds more to realize that this was the very same spear he had tried to use to steady himself in that hell world. Isn't this too crude? Lionel weakly sat up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. To call the spear in his hand primitive was an understatement. It was made of wood that had a natural and slight curve to it, completely unlike the perfect straight spears Lionel had become used to. Its blade, if one could even call it that, consisted of a sharpened gray stone wrapped to the tip by twine. And if all this wasn't enough, it was caked with a dried brownish-red substance it took Lionel a while to realize was blood at that moment. Lionel suddenly remembered that Montez had told him he would soon have more spears than he knew what to do with. Is this what that stingy man meant by that? These were the spears he was meant to be bathing in. Where was the joke? He was still waiting. After observing the spear for a while, Lionel sighed. At this point, might as well just keep using that D-grade spear. It wasn't as though it was treating him wrong. If it came to it, he could just use some ascension points for a better spear. Damned old man, you really left me something so useless. Is this supposed to be a practical joke? Haha, you got me. Lionel scolded in his mind and rolled his eyes. If it was just one spear, it wouldn't be a big deal. The problem was Lionel had been in that world. For the first several hundred meters, there was nothing but wooden and broken spears. As for beyond that, the world was too dark for him to see clearly. Considering how hard it was to take just one step, who knew how long it would take him to travel far enough to get something decent? Lionel Ginger stood up, bitterly smiling as he stared at the primitive spear. Maybe I'm judging a book by its cover? Thinking to this point, Lionel communicated with his spatial bracelet to bring out a familiar spear and raised it up to slash it against the wooden spear. Who knew? Maybe he would get a surprise? Unfortunately, reality was cruel. He did get a surprise. It just wasn't the one he was looking for. Before the D-grade spear could even make contact, the unpolished ring on Lionel's ring vibrated and emitted a searing heat. Lionel blinked in shock, not only due to the sudden change, but because he didn't remember putting this ring on his finger. How had it gotten there? Lionel couldn't even react before his D-grade spear burst into a rain of ash, rendering him speechless. His spear, it was gone just like that, and it wasn't due to the fact he had gotten some OP spear, but rather because this damned, unpolished ring had thrown a tantrum. Where was the justice? PFT. Ana's light, giggling caught Lionel's attention, but when he looked over, her eyes had closed once more. It was as though the sound hadn't come from her at all. Lionel could only leave her be, trying every method he had to pull the ring from his finger, but it was to no avail. He could only give up, his teeth grinding away. That old man really did play a prank on him. Damn it. There was nothing he could do. Without another choice, he stepped toward the center pedestal, feeling incomparably aggrieved. These other things you left better not be so useless, of course. Lionel wasn't foolish enough to think that the ring really was useless, but he still felt the need to vent his grievances. Lionel reached forward and grabbed toward the silver plate. However, this time he failed to do so, or, more accurately, he didn't get the chance to. The silver plate suddenly vibrated, and a hologram projection suddenly manifested itself. The image was of a handsome man with rich olive skin and a strong jaw. He wore a pair of glasses, and he seemed quite scholarly. He was the kind of man who made immature women swoon and mature women choose as their ideal lover. However, when Lionel saw him, the grinding of his teeth only grew fiercer. The hologram opened its eyes and seemed to see Lionel before it looked at the spear in his hand and burst out into a fit of laughter. When it saw the pile of ash behind Lionel, its laughter grew fiercer to the point it might have begun to leak tears had it not been a hologram. The handsome and cool demeanor of the hologram completely vanished as he laughed without restraint. It seemed to be having the time of its life. Idiot, the hologram said. Normally people go for the middle first. Who asked you to start with the left pedestal? I even put it a few steps ahead of the other two. Don't patronize me, old man. Everyone reads left to right. Why wouldn't I start with the left? Plus, you have to leave the best for last. I just didn't know that this best was you. Don't blame me for your stupid mistakes. Blame yourself. You're just a cheap sci-fi ripoff. A first-generation hologram projection. Really? Is this the 22nd century? Suddenly, the hologram began laughing again, leaving Lionel confused. You idiot! I can imagine it now. You're probably talking to me like I have a real consciousness. Immerse recording. Damn, I really have a fool for a son. If it was up to Lionel, after hearing these words, he would tackle this hologram to the ground. Though he'd probably get beaten just like all the other times, he would have definitely taken down the old man with him. He had really fallen for such a simple trick, damn it. He remembered the old man telling him about prank voicemail messages he used to leave in the past. He also remembered brushing it off, saying that only an idiot would fall for such a thing. Yet here he was. Ana's light giggling could be heard in the undercurrents, but the hologram didn't react. Clearly, it wasn't lying. This really was a recording. Lionel really didn't know why his father was obsessed with all this old tech. First paper, now holograms? This sort of technology had been phased out a long time ago. No one wanted to look at a transparent image all day. It was cool in movies, but in practice, it was an annoyance. Phew, that was a good laugh. And if you're thinking of pretending you didn't fall for it when you meet me next, don't worry. I've already recorded this moment and saved it well. Lionel, seeing that his last spark of hope was gone, could only sigh. He really had thoroughly lost this time. He vowed to get the old man back one day. Anyway, we can get down to some more serious stuff now. Lionel's father's expression grew more serious. Even as a projection, he radiated a unique, suffocating aura. The ring on your finger is an heirloom of our Morales clan. It's simply known as Spear Domain, and it is thanks to it that our Morales clan awakened our Spear Domain lineage factor. There are only 3 other treasures like it, or rather, only 3 others that have owners. With it, all spears are useless before you. Only spears recognized by the Spear Domain ring can survive beneath its presence. All others will become a pile of ash. However, in return, you can only use spears that you have earned the acknowledgement of. That said, I hope the Spear Domain lineage factor isn't the first you awaken. If it is, I promise you will disown you as my son. Lionel coughed awkwardly, suddenly thinking back to Montez's uproarious laughter. Chapter 74. Lionel didn't know what to say to this. His father's expression seemed serious, but Lionel had known for a long time what his father was like. This serious expression was just an act. However, Lionel could still tell that this act came from a place of seriousness. The sigh he heard come from the hologram a moment later confirmed this much as well. Forget it. It's impossible to tell what kind of mutations might occur. Your birth is a bit of special case. So, though you're my seed and should have a higher chance of awakening our ancestral lineage factor first, something outside of my calculations might happen. Anyway, this recorded message will end now. Think of this silver disc as a dictionary left behind by me, your great and amiable, not to mention handsome, father. Lionel rolled his eyes again when he saw that his old man was back to his joking ways. How many times did he have to tell this old man to not call him his seed? But he was grateful nonetheless. What he lacked the most was information. And for some reason, while Montez couldn't give it to him, his father's projection could. All right then, what is our ancestral lineage factor? Lionel probed the hologram. The hologram had lost the previous animated emotions it had, but Lionel still found it soothing to hear his father's voice, even if it was automated. Ping, the ancestral lineage factor of the Morales clan, is known as metal synergy. What is the metal synergy lineage factor? Ping, the metal synergy lineage factor is the ancestral lineage factor of the Morales clan. Lionel thought this was another prank at first, but after a moment, he seemed to understand something. What are the abilities of the metal synergy lineage factor? Ping, the metal synergy lineage factor has many abilities. It can most appropriately be described as the envy of all force crafters. Information omitted, scanning seed. Lionel felt a surge of energy course through him. Seed has not awakened metal synergy lineage factor. Information cannot be unlocked. Please don't tell me this damn thing is going to call me Seed from now on. In the end, Lionel could only sigh. It seemed he had to ask really specific questions to get specific answers. If not, the response would be short and to the point and maybe miss out on something he needed to know. In addition, some information was barred from him unless he met certain criteria. After thinking for a moment, Lionel asked another question. Why is it that my old man wanted me to awaken metal synergy first? Ping, the Morales clan is divided into 2 branches. Velasco Morales was born to the metal synergy branch, though he later awakened his Spear Domain lineage factor as well. Information omitted. Seed is not yet strong enough to return to the Morales clan. Information cannot be unlocked. All right. Fine. How does this Spear Domain ring work? Ping, the Spear Domain ring is entered by the consciousness. The stronger one's internal sight the further one can travel. Each spear has been acknowledged by the ring and has a thread of internal sight attached to it that gives insights toward the way of the spear. Information omitted. Scanning seed. Seed has awakened spear domain lineage factor, but has not grasped spear force. Information unable to be unlocked. For the love of God, stop calling me Seed. Lionel's eyes narrowed. His father was born into the metal synergy branch of the family, but was somehow able to pass down the spear domain ring to him. If there wasn't some story behind this, Lionel wouldn't believe it. What is spear force? Lionel asked. Ping spear force is a force-strengthening deviation. It is sharper than normal force and carries the strength of a force technique without the need to use one. What is a force-strengthening deviation? Lionel asked, suddenly thinking of the weird red glow on Ana's axis. Ping a force-strengthening deviation is a mutation in force that amplifies its power in a certain path. Lionel drowned the silver plate in questions. Though many things were omitted due to his own weakness, he still learned a lot nonetheless. If it wasn't for the fact he was scared he would attract suspicion by staying here too long, he would have asked more. What is this? Lionel picked up the last object his father left, a black cube that was put together like a jigsaw puzzle. Ping, this is an heirloom of the Morales clan, known as the segmented cube. Lionel's lip twitched. This old man didn't give him the heirlooms of both branches of their family, did he? Lionel didn't need to know the story behind this to know that there were definitely several unhappy individuals. What are the abilities of the segmented cube? Ping, the segmented cube is a darling treasure of force crafters. It is a lab. Information omitted. Scanning seed. Seed has not awakened metal synergy lineage factor. Information cannot be unlocked. Lionel sighed. He had been hoping that this thing would be able to analyze zones for him, but it turned out to be a lab. A lab he couldn't even open at that. He wasn't a force crafter, so he couldn't even make use of this thing. It seemed he had made a mistake by not using one of his rewards on a zone analysis device. Hold on. What is this thing called, and what are its abilities? Lionel brought out a familiar cube with the very same childish silver glob. However, even in comparison to the past, it was even more hyper than usual. It continually rammed against the side of the cube, as though trying to get to the segmented cube. Ping species of metal spirit detected. Metal spirit in its infant stages. The metal spirit is the favorite familiar of force crafters. Information partially omitted. Abilities, metal refinement. Able to process and remove impurities from ores. Metal formation. Able to fuse into the structure of metals and change its form. Perfect for crafting intricate parts. Metal spirit in infant stages. Abilities limited. Metal spirit. Unnamed evolution stage. Tier 1 black. Lionel frowned. He thought this was a Tier 7 black reward. Why was this metal spirit infant only at the Tier 1 evolution stage? How could Lionel know that Montez had used a loophole to bend the rules? Let alone a Tier 7 black reward, a metal spirit was worth more than even a Tier 9 gold reward. In fact, infants were worth more than even mature metal spirits. Still, though he didn't know this truth, his mind was still spinning. Since this metal spirit was a living thing and it had evolution stages, it should be possible to help it mature, right? Just when Lionel was about to ask the silver plate some more questions, a violent tremor suddenly shook the underground space, causing Lionel's eyes to narrow. This wasn't a normal phenomenon. Someone was attacking them from above. Damn it, it's been only half an hour. It can't be that they really came after us for this, right? No, it's definitely something else. Just when Lionel was at a loss for what to do, the segmented cube suddenly spun in his palm, breaking into its several pieces and engulfing the entire room. Before Lionel realized what had happened, the cube had expanded to the size of a room and back to the size of his palm in the blink of an eye. But, while it seemed like nothing had changed, Lionel immediately realized that all the bookshelves and cubicles filled with scrolls had vanished, leaving nothing in the small office. The loud booms continued. To Lionel's shock, the room that had remained unaffected after a fall from the skies suddenly began to crumble. Damn it! Lionel placed the segmented cube and silver plate into his spatial bracelet before making eye contact with Aina. He was shocked to find that she was emitting a dangerous aura, a stifling, killing intent springing forth from her small body. She knows who these people are? There is no time to communicate. The two shot down the crumbling corridor, bursting out to find themselves surrounded. When Aina saw these people, the violent aura on her body grew by several times, her killing intent piercing into the skies. At this moment, her presence was no weaker than Lionel's when he focused. Aina Athelys Brazinger, daughter of traitorous scum Adam Rainier Brazinger, you are summoned by the clan elders to seek repentance. Chapter 75. Bonus chapter for 1200. I admit defeat. It will be 300 PS a bonus chapter next week. Weeps, there were 6 of them. Every single one had fiery red hair and blazing red eyes. It was the kind of scene that was incredulous to Lionel, a normal youth who grew up on Earth. Even Aina's bright, almost golden, amber eyes had a near fantastical element to them. But how could a person with red eyes really exist? For a moment, he thought they were wearing contact lenses before he directly tossed out such an idea. It can't be that all 6 of them had such a weird hobby, right? The man who spoke had a high-bridged nose, his arrogance flaring along with his nostrils. He had one hand clasped behind his back, but in the other, there was a very familiar red axe that made Aina's fury soar even higher. Since they had just been in the Jeep, Aina hadn't been able to keep her axe on her back. So, she placed it in the trunk. Normally, she would have taken it out with her in case a battle happened, but she had been absent-minded after Lionel stepped out of the car. Due to her worry and her attempts to try to find something to say to console him, she had completely forgotten to bring along her weapon. Lionel immediately realized this fact. He didn't know what significance the axe had to Aina, but all he needed to know was that it was important to her. And hearing how this man so blatantly insulted her father in such a way, even he couldn't help but frown. Erase this weapon from your memory. The man sneered when he saw Aina's gaze. This mighty heirloom of the Brazinger family, since when was it the right of a bastard child to wield, let alone the fact this bastard is a woman? Lionel's expression darkened. 6 middle-aged men came to bully a young girl of not even 20 years old. Even if Aina wasn't the woman he liked, he would be enraged. Lionel's palm flicked upward and his dented shield slid onto his left arm, which held tightly onto the metal spirit. The grip his right hand had on the wooden spear tightened, his expressionless visage acting like a cover for brewing storm. That day, when those 3 goons dared to insult Aina, he crossed over his own moral boundaries and slayed them without blinking an eye. Even he wasn't proud of this moment. He wanted to maintain his clarity when he killed. He didn't want to become a slave to his rage. However, this man had truly touched his bottom line. That axe. Return it. Lionel's voice was like a steady stream, calm and controlled. He pointed his primitive wooden spear toward the man. Looking at Lionel's spear, the 6 men found it difficult to hold back their laughter. What kind of monkey tool is this exactly? Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll take a step back and stay out of these matters. The cold words of the first man who spoke cut through the jeers. His body seemed to brim with power, making him appear like a beast restrained by chains. However, even still, his words had barely fallen when Lionel had already shot forward. Lionel knew why these people were here now, and he even caught a faint inkling of why Yuri would chase after Aina like that to stop her from leaving. Originally, he thought that she just didn't want the 2 of them to continue spending time together, but it seemed he had wronged her with his thoughts. It was no coincidence that these people didn't appear during the days he, Aina, James, and the others were traveling to Royal Bluefort, yet appeared now. He remembered Aina's words from that day quite well. The only reason I still carry their name is so that I can reject it myself when they most wish for me to keep it. The moment they learned that she was a variant, they came here to flaunt themselves and even took her prized possession. These people were scum. The man's gaze narrowed as he swung Aina's axe. However, What neither the man nor Lionel expected was that before they could even trade blows, a small fist would collide with the man's face. With Lionel's senses having sharpened to the point of near enlightenment, he caught every detail. The break in the tall bridge of his nose, the crack that followed in his teeth, the way his skin and face deformed beneath the weight of the strike. The man was sent flying, crashing through several fallen buildings without even the ability to stop himself. In that moment, Aina had appeared in the midst of the 5 remaining men. Her bloodthirsty aura reached into the skies, her long hair wildly whipping about as a crimson energy coated them. Though Lionel could only see her back view from his standpoint, he could feel her fury. If it wasn't for the fact she had already formed her 7th node and stabilized her force, she would have most definitely already entered a berserk state. In fact, even then, it seemed like she might lose her mind again regardless. Lionel's pupils constricted into pinholes. It was only now he realized just how much he had underestimated Aina. Her unstable aura hadn't just affected her mental state, but it very clearly negatively influenced her stats. She hadn't activated her force just now, so logically, the influence of her 7th node shouldn't have been so obvious just yet. However, Aina brazen strength, 149, speed, 1031, 22, agility, 108, coordination, 110, stamina, 131, reactions, 112, spirit, 006, force. In that instant, her burst of speed was most definitely higher than her base stats. Lionel suspected she either used an item she received as a reward or a technique of some sort that utilized a power outside of force. Her instability really had such a large effect on her. These 6 don't seem to have the same instability. Uncle Montez even said that clans keep a very tight grip on their lineage factor techniques. Could Aina's instability be due to the fact she doesn't have their technique to practice? Do you think I need your heirloom? Aina's voice carried a biting cold. If it wasn't because my father wished for me to keep it, I would have thrown it into the nearest scrapyard. Don't think of leaving here alive today. Lionel's gaze flickered as the man weakly stood from the pile of rubble. The men around Aina glared at her with trepidation and anger, but also caution. They didn't dare to move recklessly just yet. The man's face was completely distorted. His face was savagely sunken, making it impossible to tell what expression he was trying to convey. But the sudden roar he shot into the skies made it clear that it was rage. His body began to morph, growing more than a foot and springing forward with dense patches of fur. It wasn't just him, but the 5 men also underwent similar transformations. Lionel's frown deepened. The good news was that now they didn't need to be in the dark about their abilities any longer. As for the bad news, their stats all increased by more than 20%. Their strength stats especially doubled. Before, the strongest strength stat was a mere 0, 80. But now, the man who now had the face of a wolf, howling into the skies like a madman towering at almost 8 feet tall, had crossed 160. He'll tear you limb from limb and drag you back to the clan as a cripple. He'll be sure you experience even worse dread than your whore mother. Chapter 76. Author's Note. I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding from the last chapter. The Brazinger clan isn't a werewolf clan, though I can see now how that could be the conclusion you guys would make. I won't say any more. I prefer to explain via the story's narrative. The man's face distorted. The cracks to his bones and teeth healed as his nose became a snout and his hands gained claws. The clothes on his back tore to shreds, revealing a tight compression suit that covered much of his fur. Though all 6 were worm-men, the beasts they morphed into were completely different. While the man who wielded Aina's axe seemed to be crossbred with a wolf, one seemed more akin to a fox, another looked more like a hyena with gross-colored yellow fur. In addition, there was a panther, a cheetah-like man, and finally a rat? Of all the men, there was one who instead of growing in size shrank instead. In addition, The boosts to his stats were the most minimal. However, when Lionel's gaze landed on him, the blaring sounds of warning shot through his mind. Lionel couldn't understand where this warning was coming from. He was certain that he didn't have such an ability. So what was going on? Unfortunately, there wasn't time to think about it. The werewolf's howl had come to an end. Fiendish growls and dripping saliva fell from his sharp teeth, a crazed glare piercing toward Aina. He gripped Aina's axe, his muscles pushing against his compression clothing like tightened steel cords. The power brimming in his body was simply unimaginable. His and Aina's gazes collided in the air before they simultaneously shot forward, fury painting both of their features. Lionel no longer hung back. He was already not far from the group after his initial charge. In addition, it was in none of their best interests for this battle to drag on. As though in tacit agreement, none of them used their force. If they did so, and caused an invalid horde to make their way here, they wouldn't even know how they died. Lionel stopped hesitating, his wooden spear piercing toward the were-hyena. He had expected it to be no more than a normal strike. But the moment he used the spear, he felt a savage aura envelop his body. It was as though he had entered the jungle once more, and this man before him was not a man, but rather a real beast. Lionel's eyes reddened, a savage grin appearing on his face. His sudden change caused the were-hyena to be at a loss. Before the latter could react, the stone blade had already appeared at his neck. In that moment, he really felt he would lose his life. The bloodthirsty pressure emitting from Lionel was no different than one of a predator stalking his prey. A claw suddenly appeared before the were-hyena's throat. The were-panther had reacted quickly, his blackened paw leaving silver streaks in the air to bat Lionel's spear away. It should have been a simple task. His claws were no weaker than a sea-gray blade. The sight of him dicing up the stone blade of Lionel's monkey weapon had already played in his mind countless times. But reality was cruel. Lionel's savage grin didn't fade as his wrist twisted. With impossible coordination, the were-panther's claw, which had been aimed at the flat of the blade, was suddenly aimed at its edge. Lionel's arm swept upward as though this was the strike he wanted to levy from the very beginning. The agonizing roars of the were-panther sounded as 3 of his bestial fingers had been lost. Lionel didn't give him time to retreat. His hips swung, his legs flexed, his toes almost dug through his treasure shoes to leave 10 indents on the broken concrete beneath their feet. His body was like a well-oiled engine. Each action was perfectly supported by a supplementary muscle. The tiniest fibers, the weakest ligaments, each was put into motion, squeezing out their greatest potential. If Lionel was truly conscious at this moment, he would realize that his coordination stat had touched upon an eye-popping number. His speed exploded, reaching the chest of the roaring were-panther in a flash. He had lost the were-hyena due to his interruption, so shouldn't he pay a price? The actions were too sudden. The head of a man-turned-panther flew into the skies, a fountain of blood raining down and coating Lionel. Droplets of crimson fell onto Lionel's face. Though the sounds of Aina and the werewolf acted as a backdrop to the 4 remaining beastmen around him, it felt like the world had fallen silent. Lionel turned his head back toward the 4. Maybe by coincidence, a tear of blood fell to the corner of his lips. His tongue snaked out, licking it away as though he was savoring the last drop of a meal. The spear domain ring glowed and vibrated excitedly on his finger. It released a searing heat that poured into the primitive spear. The 4 beastmen inadvertently took a step back. They could see it clearly. It felt like the temperature was steadily rising, but there was clearly no fire ability attached to Lionel's state. It was as though his blood was boiling with excitement instead. He was so excited to kill them that steam was emitting from his body, covering the air around him in a faint white mist. At that moment, the sound of bones being cracked and blood-curdling screams resounded through the battlefield. The 4 beastmen looked over to find Aina savagely stomping and grinding into the werewolf's digitigrade legs. Her axe had already been flung to the side. The crimson aura coating her body radiating out with a fierce momentum. The sight of a small woman of barely 57-inch torturing a beast man who stood at over 7 feet made others feel the need to wipe their eyes clean. But there was no mistake about it. The current Lionel didn't seem to care for these changes. In fact, he hadn't even looked over to where Aina was. The moment he saw that his prey had actually looked away from him, he sensed opportunity. It was a gripping feeling that surged through his heart, an instinct ingrained into his very being. The werfox only managed to react after his next attempt at speech came out like the gargles of a baby. His last sight was that of a spear jetting out from his throat. Lionel wanted to take advantage of the situation to lop off another head, but before he could, a surging tide of force shot into the skies. Lionel's expression changed, the crimson in his eyes fading away as he regained clarity. He didn't even have time to wonder just what had happened to his state of mind just now. His head whipped back toward Aina and the werewolf's body, only to find that the situation had changed once more. Aina had created some distance between herself and the werewolf. Her expression was a mixture of disdain and a small bit of helplessness. She knew she had made a mistake. Her actions were emotional and rage-fueled. Had she simply killed the werewolf instead of giving him a chance to activate his force, this wouldn't have happened. Obviously, she hadn't been overwhelmed by the force of this werewolf. Rather, she had chosen not to use her force, not much unlike all the others. However, this fool actually used his without regard for the situation. They were in the middle of nowhere. The nearest fort was at least a 3-hour drive away. Yet, this idiot released his force like this. Lionel's expression turned serious. He could already sense several invalids who had turned their attention toward this place. Chapter 77. Lionel's expression continually flickered. He quickly sent a glance toward where he had left their jeep, but what he saw left his expression twisted. Before, he hadn't dared to take his eyes off of the enemy, so aside from observing the 6 men, he had done nothing else. However, when he saw that Aina's axe had been taken by that man, he had a bad premonition. It turned out that that bad premonition had been correct. The vehicle was too well armored to be completely destroyed from the outside, but judging by the fact its hood was currently opened, it didn't take a genius to know that there was no chance of it starting up. Just like that, one of Lionel's escape routes was dashed. Not all hope is lost. I don't believe that they were able to get here so quickly using their legs. Lionel was going to continue scanning the edge of the large crater to find what exactly the 6 had used to get here, but he suddenly felt his spine tingle. Without hesitation, he ducked and rolled, barely managing to dodge a claw whipping toward the back of his neck. The dust from the ground had hardly clung to his rolling body when a powerful kick swept from the wercheetah. Lionel could only contort his body, barely blocking with his dented shield. The kick sent him tumbling, skidding across the ground filled with rubble almost like a tumbleweed. The exchange was quick, but the eyes of the worm-man lit up. Before, Lionel was like an insurmountable mountain to them, but he had suddenly become human. How could they not take advantage of this? Quickly, before those damned invalids get here. His ability must have a timer that ran out. This is our best chance. The were-hyena's speech sounded like cobbled growls and was hardly discernible. But the wercheetah seemed to understand him, his power legs vibrating with power before he crouched and shot forward. Only the were-rat stayed behind, his beady eyes narrowed. Lionel launched himself up, but quickly found himself on the back foot. Even the weakest of his senses, his eyes, was still far more powerful than the normal person. Not to mention realizing the trajectory of the attacks being launched at him, they even seemed slow in Lionel's eyes. But every time, his body would be too slow to react. Like this, the spear that had once carried a foreboding of murder and blood became a normal stick that could only be used to block. In fact, if it wasn't for Lionel's dented shield, his spear would have been snapped in half a long time ago. Lionel felt exasperated. Hadn't he just killed 2 of them with absolute ease? Why was it suddenly so difficult? I thought I had great battle experience, but that's no more than a joke. Lionel was continually pushed backward, his heart growing a bit anxious. He couldn't even remember the last time he launched an attack. In the distance, the Wurrat's gaze turned toward the battle between Aina and the werewolf. Before, it had been one of incomparable ease for Aina, but now that her opponent was using force while she was repressing her own, even she was forced to take him more seriously. Their fists collided in dull booms, the savage aura coating Aina's body, not dispelling even in the slightest. Even though blood slowly dripped from her hands, her ferocity only seemed to increase. Though the werewolf used his force, Aina still didn't dare to do so. The man had only formed a single force node. Though it was possible to control force output, that was only for those with high spirit. In comparison to her force, Aina's own spirit could be considered as wholly lacking. She had no confidence in restraining her force properly. The kind of invalids that would come for a person who had formed one force node and the kinds that would come for someone who had formed 7 could be imagined. A powerful invalid might come here if they were close for this werewolf, but if they were a distance away, they wouldn't bother. However, for Aina, even if it meant transferring to the ends of the earth and crossing the rivers of hell, they would make their way here without pause or rest. Like this, Aina had no choice. Her ability gave her great control over the state of her body, but when it came to force, she was at a loss. Suddenly, Aina's eyes dulled and her movements turned sluggish. She didn't even realize what was happening when a fist had collided with her torso. It was so large in comparison to her body that her hips and ribs felt the impact all at once. Spittle flew from her mouth as all the air in her lungs was forcefully ejected. Glittering stars flew across her vision, dotting her sight in flashing lights and blurry hues. Even when she cratered into the remains of a home right by Lionel's former residence, she still had no idea what happened. Lionel's eyes widened. He wanted to rush over, but he simply couldn't break free out of the combined attacks of the were-hyena and were-cheetah. If he tried to force his way through, the result would likely be a serious injury on his part. He grit his teeth. He thought he had reached some elevated status by clearing an S-grade zone, but he failed to remember that most of the enemies he had faced were just normal humans. Their stats didn't even touch 0. 50. Compared to Lionel, they were like infants waiting for slaughter. The worst part was that even then, they had still almost done him in. If it wasn't for him grasping Joan's weakness at a critical point, he would have died that day in Paris and never returned. However, these opponents before him now might have had weaker stats than him, but they were still superhuman to the point he couldn't simply rely on his stronger body to defeat them. What the hell happened? There's no way that Werewolf is stronger than Aina. Lionel's held head whipped back, his eyes landing on a Wurrat barely 1.5 meters in height. Its gaze, too, had been moving away from Aina's battle and just so happened to meet Lionel's. Though his face seemed expressionless, the long whiskers on his rat-like face seemed to curl into a sneer along with his snout. At those very same moments, the first invalids had made their way to the crater. They swarmed from all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 to 4 dozen of them. Seeing that he had heavily injured Aina, the werewolf immediately stopped using his force and charged toward the collapsed building she had fallen into. But while his efforts would stop more invalids from converging, those that already had still far outnumbered them. On Lionel's side of the battle, the Wurrat's gaze suddenly flashed with a blinding light that seemed to want to envelop Lionel completely just when the latter was about to turn his head away and go all out to stop the werewolf. Your mind is too strong for me to influence normally, but to think you would actually dare meet my gaze. Die. The Wurrat snickered in his thoughts, an incorporeal sharp blade piercing toward Lionel. Unlike other fools, he had no intention of saying such words out loud. If Lionel wanted to understand his true ability, he could go ahead and ask those who preceded him in hell. Chapter 78. We'll be changing DD's cover soon. Keep that in mind. A familiar feeling of danger overwhelmed Lionel. It was as though this instinct had been subconsciously repressed by him, but was bubbling forth, clawing its way out of the hidden depths of his mind. However, it was too late. Lionel couldn't see what it was that hit him. It was completely invisible, yet it felt as though a strong blast of air had assaulted his face. His eyes watered, his head whipped back, and eventually, his gaze dulled like he was reminiscing on memories long since past. Seeing Lionel's dazed expression, the were-hyena and were-cheetah didn't hesitate for even a moment. The former roared and opened his jaws wide, biting at Lionel's neck. The latter's right thigh bulged in size and grew by a fold, striking forward like a vicious whip that left whistling sounds hanging in the air. Bang! Bang! The were-cheetah's kick and the were-hyena's bite landed as one. By all rights, Lionel's neck should have been bitten through while his lower body was sent flying. With the strength of the two were-men, his decapitation was almost guaranteed. But neither of them could have expected that a seemingly flimsy ray of blue light would stop them both. Lionel's body was sent flying, but the one's howling in pain wasn't him who was lost in a daze, but rather the were-cheetah who had shattered his leg and the were-hyena whose row of teeth were now broken. The were-rat's pupils constricted. Just what kind of treasure is that? Lionel could have never expected that the treasure he picked out for the sake of self-grooming would have such powerful defensive capabilities. But this was only natural. How could a quasi-tier 1 bronze treasure be so simple? Suddenly, the were-rat felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His beady eyes widened to find Lionel slowly standing up. However, this wasn't the shocking part. He had already expected this much after seeing the states of the two were-men. What truly shook him with fear was that Lionel's savage expression had returned. The sight of him climbing back out of the rubble was akin to watching a devil climb up from the depths of hell. While Lionel had underestimated the defensive abilities of his self-grooming treasure, the were-rat could have never imagined that knocking Lionel unconscious was the worst mistake he could have made, because it allowed that demonic persona to come back. Lionel cackled as he dashed forward. One would have expected his laughter to sound like the devilish howls of a forsaken soul, but it didn't sound like this at all. Rather, he was like a child who had found a fun toy to play with, a little boy whose mental age couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. However, despite this, his spear, which had just been a flaccid, useless tool a moment ago, became a venomous viper. The heads of the two whimpering beast men shot into the skies, completely separated from their bodies. In their pain, the last thing they could have expected was for Lionel to react so quickly and even counterattack them. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like they weren't experienced in true combat. The were-rat panicked. With his guards gone, he suddenly had to face Lionel alone. That strike he sent just now wasn't something he could send continuously. It would take at least another minute before he recovered enough normally. He had only been able to attack Aina and Lionel in quick succession like that, because Aina's spirit was far weaker in comparison to him, so he hadn't needed to go all out. To make matters worse, he somehow felt that even if he could launch another full-powered strike toward Lionel, it wouldn't make a single bit of difference. "Baruch, get your ass over here." The shrill cry of the were-rat caused the werewolf, who had been completely focused on digging up the pile of rubble to get to Aina, to stop. He turned back to find the small were-rat being dangled by his neck, his little feet swinging back and forth wildly. Lionel held the were-rat's gaze up to his own. He seemed to be curiously staring into the were-rat's beady eyes, as though trying to find the secret to something like a curious child. Baruch's eyes widened with shock and struggle. He couldn't decide whether to find and restrain Aina, or if he should hurry and save the were-rat. In the end, he grit his teeth and dashed forward. That weakling was the favorite test subject of that person. If he really dared to let him die here, only death would await him. From the moment Lionel fell into a daze, to the moment he clutched the were-rat's neck, it could be said that not even 10 seconds had passed. And unfortunately, those 10 seconds were more than enough time for the first invalids to make their way down from the crater's edge. Their dull, white eyes seemed to hold the depths of the universe. Many of them looked no different from normal humans. Those with low-grade abilities tended to have small boosts to their speed or strength. As such, low-grade invalids didn't normally have weird mutations amongst them. However, there were still 3 grade invalids amongst the several dozen. If Lionel was conscious, he would have recognized these 3 as a part of the 12 grade invalids listed to be here in Perimeter 7. One had the slithery tongue and green scales of a poisonous snake. Another had skin that radiated a bright golden light that made the air around her sizzle. And the last had a head of fold in size larger than it should have been. This last one's head was completely bald, but had veins of blue crazily pumping across his forehead and head. Even its eyes were a size bigger than it should have been. Baruch seemed to think that it wouldn't be a problem to run from these invalids. Or maybe he was still too overconfident in his strength. If not for this, why would he so blatantly enrage a variant? He must have really believed that he was invincible. He wanted to rush toward Lionel, quickly deal with him, and run away with the Wurrat. However, as though bored and disappointed with the toy, Lionel tossed the Wurrat aside. The latter had widened its beady eyes as far as it could, and blood even dripped from their sockets, but it was to no avail. "No!" Baruch roared. His swift yet massive figure appeared above Lionel with a leap. He was finished. He really was finished. If he wanted a chance to live, how many more of those cruel experiments would he have to suffer through? It was his fault. It was all his fault. Dying. Baruch's claws extended another several inches, slashing down toward Lionel. With a playful smile, Lionel dropped the metal spirit's cube to the ground and slid his dented shield to his hand. He gripped its edge tightly before sending it flying forward like a frisbee. Baruch could hardly react before the hard metallic edge smashed between his brows, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The last thing he felt before the light faded from his eyes was a sharp pain in his throat. His spine was cleanly severed, and everything fell to darkness. Lionel crossed over Baruch's body like it wasn't worth much. He didn't even bother to pick up the fallen metal spirit. He had found much more interesting prey. He licked his lips with excitement, watching on as the invalids converged toward him. His heart was budding with happiness. So many toys to play with. Chapter 79. Seems like everything's fixed now. So hay-race the bonus chapter for 300 Power Stones. Next at 600, smiley face. Lionel's body was akin to an unleashed beast. Without the chains of morality or the burden of inexperience, he was like a well-oiled machine, reaping the lives of one invalid after another. The large-headed grade invalid seemed to be sending rays of mental attacks toward him, but they seemed to roll off of Lionel without the slightest hint of success. Without the ability to attack, this invalid was the first to fall. Compared to the large armies Lionel had faced, the invalids were a loose pack of sand. They didn't work together, and their intelligence seemed to be several levels lower than that of humans. With the level of Lionel's current battle sense, it was too easy. The truth was that at this point, Lionel had already regained his senses. It was just that he was in a state of limbo. He felt like his body was a mech suit and his eyes were its windows. He was currently watching this mech suit being controlled by someone else, but through the lens of his own gaze. It was a feeling that made him somewhat sick and lightheaded. The dizziness made him feel like he just might vomit any moment now, but due to the fact he wasn't controlling his body, he couldn't even if he wanted to. Of course, this wasn't to say that this was a forceful possession. In fact, Lionel knew that with a single thought, there would be no issue with him taking back control of his body. It was this feeling that made him realize that this experience wasn't him being in danger. Rather, it was an opportunity. Still, the more Lionel observed, the more incredulous it became. He could tell that the consciousness of this primitive man couldn't use power beyond the means of his body. But he couldn't help but think, was this really his strength? Laughter left Lionel's lips as his head tilted to one side. A sharp tongue dripping in violet poison whizzed by his head, only to be caught in a hand that was covered by a thin blue light. His arm bulged as he pulled with all his might, his spear-wielding hand snaking forward. Ding! The stone blade rebounded off the forehead of the lizard-man invalid. But this only made Lionel's eyes brighten with even more excitement. The angle of his wrist shifted, and with a flick, the rebounded spear sliced the invalid's tongue in two. In that moment, the female invalid, surrounded by a heated golden radiance, closed in. However, the heat emitting from her body charred the weaker invalids to dust, cutting down their number once more. She grabbed toward Lionel, who seemed to have not noticed her presence. But just before she made contact, she found a wall of green being thrown toward her. The lizard-man invalid and female invalid clashed, causing an exchange that left the latter on the losing end. She was of the grade due to her uniquely high temperature force, but her other stats were barely at the B grade. It might have still been fine if all that happened was her clash with a lizard-man invalid, but how could she, with her dulled intelligence, be conscious enough to guess how insidious Lionel would be? Using the disruption to her wall of force caused by the lizard-man, Lionel squeezed the blood and venom from the tongue in his hand onto his spear tip. With one swift motion, he attacked from the lizard-man's back. The female invalid couldn't even see the danger she was in before a cut, not even a centimeter deep, appeared on her thigh. The two invalids finally fell over. However, in the blink of an eye, the two were incapacitated. One was paralyzed by poison, while the other had had their entire front side scorched, not to mention their pupils melted. As though feeling this wasn't enough, Lionel appeared above them, grinning savagely as his foot stomped down onto their heads repeatedly. He was a complete madman, his laughter ringing out and echoing over the sunken walls of the large crater. At that moment, the sound of shifting rubble caught Lionel's attention. He looked over to find Aina weakly pulling herself out from the collapsed home. Aina, too, got her fair share of treasures, so of course she wouldn't lack a defensive treasure. The reason she had been out for such a long time was because the whiplash from suffering such a heavy blow had knocked her unconscious. In order to match Baruch's 160 strength without activating her force, she had been making use of several techniques and her battle sense. But how could she use either of those after the Wurat sent her into a trance? Good, mate, Lionel spoke in a language Aina couldn't understand. In fact, even Lionel himself didn't understand the language. He could only vaguely sense that this primitive consciousness had some good feelings toward Aina, or else he could have stopped what happened next. As though a man controlled by nothing but his love of fighting and his lust, Lionel pulled down his pants, revealing a rod that was quickly hardening. Let alone Aina. Even the inner consciousness of Lionel himself could only stare blankly at what was happening. It was true that he could regain control of his body whenever he wanted, but the sudden change made all his thoughts go white. How would he face Aina in the future like this? Aina's gaze flickered from Lionel's proud face to a certain thing that was now standing at full mast. She still hadn't reacted by the time Lionel was standing before her akimbo, as though waiting for her to reciprocate his actions. After a while, Aina seemed to realize something. How do I wake him up? She mumbled to herself. I didn't expect to see that damned thing again so quickly. Lionel's consciousness went blank again. What the hell did she mean again? And what was so damned and thing-like about his pride and joy? Wait a minute. What did she mean by so quickly? Could it be that she would be all right with it if he was more patient? Lionel's mind wandered a bit more before he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. There was a far more pressing concern here. How is he going to get out of this? Chapter 80. Lionel cleared his throat, taking back control of his body. Pretending as though nothing had happened, he turned back and walked to his pants, put them on, and looked into the distance. Nice weather we're having today, right? He didn't hear what I said, right? Aina thought to herself. Aina looked around and found where her axe had landed, trying to find something to distract herself from the awkward atmosphere. But when she went to take a step forward, she suddenly stumbled and almost fell. Hearing the sound of her tripping, Lionel quickly turned back and didn't hesitate to rush to her side. Are you all right? Lionel caught her arm, trying to make sure she stayed upright and didn't fall over. I think I have a concussion, Aina said after a moment, bringing a hand to her forehead. Though she said it like this, she was already certain. Not to mention her ability, even if she hadn't awakened one, her 5-star profession was more than enough for her to tell. How about the rest of your body? Is it okay? I'm fine. Lionel frowned. She was most definitely not fine. Taking a strike that powerful without putting up any defense would have been lethal for any normal human. It was already a miracle that she came out in one piece. A strength stat of 160, especially behind such a large fist, was more than enough to shatter every bone in her body. Had Baruch coordinated with the Wurat and used his claws instead, Lionel didn't even want to think of the possibility. You don't have to lie to me. We're a team right now, aren't we? Lionel said. We were a team in the France Zone too, but you still hid what that force art did to you, right? Aina's glare made Lionel smile bitterly. He let go of her arm and scratched his nose, a bit of guilt welling up in his chest. However, this didn't change anything. Lionel could see by how gingerly she was moving that her effective stats were barely 70% of what they were meant to be. She might be able to hide her injuries from someone else, but Lionel's senses were too sharp. Even if by some miracle she didn't break any bones, she most definitely suffered from some internal bleeding. All right. I was wrong. But everything is okay now, right? I even got something out of it. It was only now Lionel realized they never really resolved those matters. He never apologized to her and just kind of ignored the topic. It really did make him a bit of a hypocrite. Is it really fine? Yes. Lionel crossed a hand over his chest as though swearing an oath. Even the scar has faded. It seems that whoever made the force art designed it to be used in the third dimension, so it lost its effects here. In truth, this left Lionel feeling a bit disappointed. This force art was a double-edged sword. The duller the danger, the less benefits he would receive. The good news was that he could be considered to have solid fundamentals in force art now. The bad news was that all the force arts he knew, even if he drew them now, would have minimal effect at best and no effect at worst. This was simply the laws of the universe. A force art designed to be used in a fifth-dimensional world could likely destroy Earth in a single breath. But one designed for a third-dimensional one would have less of an impact than an ant. Those fireballs Lionel created to decimate the English would barely be enough to start a campfire here. Well, at least I can use them in zones. Not that I'll be able to enter one anytime soon. Lionel thought to himself. Shaking his head, he came to once more. When he saw how Aina was still struggling to stand, he felt a pang in his heart. That werewolf and Wurat really got off easy. Let's return as quickly as possible, Lionel said firmly. You're in no state to continue staying in this place. And there's no telling if they'll send another batch of them. I think they must have had a vehicle of their own to get here. We can see if we can use it to go back. Aina frowned at Lionel's words, but she found it hard to refute. I'm sorry, I thought Yuri was exaggerating. I didn't really expect them to come and be so brazen. Lionel smiled and shook his head. Just find a place to sit and don't move around too much. I'm sure the keys are on one of them. Though Lionel said this casually, his mind was still churning. To the Empire, characters like Aina and him were incredibly important. Yet, those 6 men brazenly tried to kill him. They didn't even hide their intentions. This meant one of a few things, or potentially a combination of them. The first was that Lionel had vastly overestimated the Empire's ability to monitor him. Maybe they still had technology, but not on a large enough scale to have no loopholes. In that case, the Brazinger family wouldn't be worried about their actions. The second was that the Brazinger clan didn't fear the Empire to begin with. This possibility made Lionel's blood run cold. The third possibility was that the Brazinger family and the Empire were two halves of the same coin. It was possible that they moved forward and stepped back as one. In that case, the Empire might allow leeway to this family they didn't allow others. No matter what the true reason was, the two of them were in danger. Somehow, those 6 were able to pinpoint their location, and there was no guarantee that another group wouldn't be able to do it again. Lionel scanned the battlefield and eventually found the vehicle he was looking for. But instead of leaving him with relief, it left him with a headache. Unlike the natural gas Jeep they rode here, this vehicle was worthy of their 25th century. It was a sleek shuttle that almost looked like a pod, if not for its two fins. Lionel had no confidence in driving it. He had been able to observe the Tier 3 officials, so he had been somewhat eager to drive the Jeep. But who was he going to observe now? Though Lionel was a bit hesitant, he took out the dictionary his father left him. For now, their lives were more important. If he was questioned about its existence later, there were several excuses he could come up with. "How do you fly this thing?" Lionel asked. Thankfully, by some miracle, the dictionary had an answer. However, the method by which he found an answer left his eyes burning with passion. Not unlike how it scanned Lionel previously, it also began to scan the shuttle. Only then did it output an answer. Ping vehicle recognized as Air Shuttle Model X290. It is advised that SEED make use of autopilot feature. It can scan things like this. I don't think Dad would have filed an information like this, which means it analyzed and drew conclusions. It probably found the shuttle's name after scanning its operating software. Does that mean that this is the zone analysis treasure I thought that old man didn't leave me? Thinking to this point, Lionel sighed a breath of relief. Not even allowing Aina to resist, he picked up his things and swept her into his arms after finding the shuttle key on the Wurat's body. He seemed to be rushing without cause, but in a hidden place on Earth, an event was playing out that proved his actions to be the most logical. A young man sat before several monitors with a monocle over his left eye. Actually, one would be hard-pressed to call a monocle at all. It had 8 lenses that seemed to hover in space in a circular formation. Countless bits of information flew by, causing his left eye to flicker from time to time. Yet, his right remained trained on the monitors before him. The life signatures of Rat 006 flatlined. As well, the young man's eyes narrowed. Chapter 81. Lionel gazed out of the shuttle windows with a serious expression. Even though they were now traveling several times faster than they had been in the Jeep, the uneasy feeling in his heart refused to let up. The shuttle was large and spacious. After all, it had carried 6 men to this place. Thanks to this, Aina was able to lie in the back, trying to get a grip on her injuries. As for Lionel, he sat at the front, his wooden spear laying across his lap. However, the current spear was unlike it had been before. Though it had been crude already, the current primitive spear was on the verge of collapse. It was cracked in many places and seemed it would splinter under the tiniest bit of force. Lionel had a vague feeling that the moment the spear broke, he wouldn't be able to enter that state again. I need to remain calm. Panicking isn't going to help me. Is there a GPS signal coming from this shuttle? If so, how do I turn it off? Lionel asked. He didn't know much about shuttles or cars, but what he did know was that if he could have this shuttle autopilot to a destination, it meant it had a GPS of some sort. In that case, it might very well be communicating with a larger hub. If that larger hub sent information about their whereabouts, it would only bring them more trouble. Though the shuttle was far faster than the Jeep, it would still take an estimated 1 hour to make it back to the fort. That was long enough for a lot of things to happen. Ping yes. With SEED's current abilities, the only way to disengage this signal is by disassembling the shuttle. Lionel felt a headache coming along. Disassemble such a high-level shuttle? He wasn't an engineering professional. Plus, if he did, wouldn't that mean he would have to stop the shuttle? That option was even worse. There's no other option. Lionel's jaw clenched, his gaze narrowing. I've overestimated myself too much. Compared to Aina, my combat sense is too poor. Without this spear, I would be finished. But not only is it going to break soon, but my spirit still hasn't recovered from the first time, so I can't enter and take another spear. There's not even a guarantee that the next spear will be as useful as this one. Lionel's brows became locked in a furrow. If it wasn't for his depleted spirit, even if the Wurat made eye contact with him, he wouldn't have lost consciousness like that, though it helped him in the end. His depleted spirit also made him realize another thing. he was entirely reliant on his ability. With his spirit fatigued, his ability to calculate and make plans had taken a massive dip. With that, his combat prowess took an ever deeper dip downward. In addition, his coordination and reflexes suffered. While his internal sight had been limited, I can't fix all of these problems in a short time. Is there any way for me to recover my spirit quickly? Lionel asked. This was his only chance. He had to allow his ability to regain its peak performance as quickly as possible. Then, he could make use of Dream World to dissect the things he learned from that primitive consciousness as quickly as possible. Even if they were headed toward the ford at blazing speed now, he had no confidence in making it in time. And he had a sinking feeling that even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Ping, it has been deduced that Seed is practicing dimensional cleanse and has formed a 1-star cleanse body. Optimal route to recovery is to circulate dimensional cleanse. Lionel's expression became weird. Dimensional cleanse is a force technique. It shouldn't affect spirit. Why is this the optimal route? Circulating dimensional cleanse might as well be like putting up a beacon that cried out, "I'm here, come get me now." Lionel couldn't blindly follow the dictionary if this was really its plan, or else they would die long before they had a chance. Lionel hadn't seen all of the abilities of the world yet, but he didn't dare to assume that there was no ability capable of knocking them out of the sky. As such, he didn't dare circulate his force so brazenly. Unlike Baruch, he had formed 3 force nodes. In addition, his nodes were far larger than the norm. If he really did this, let alone the 9 remaining grade invalids of this perimeter 7, invalids from other perimeters would likely charge here at their fastest possible speed. Ping, the term spirit is unrecognized. By context, it is likely that Seed is referring to internal sight, also known by some as soul force. Calculating response. If it wasn't for the situation, Lionel might have blushed. He almost forgot that spirit was just a term he randomly made up for the sake of measuring the comprehensive stats of his enemies. Ping responding to Seed, dimensional cleanse is indeed a force technique. The ability to recover soul force is a product of the 1-star cleanse constitution. The star, located in the ethereal glabella, has the effect of explosively increasing spirit and clearing the mind. Hearing these words, Lionel finally understood. It wasn't force impacting his spirit, but rather a product of force, the star, that did. Lionel's lips pursed into a thin line. It seemed he would have to take some risks. With a deep breath, his eyes focused once more, a familiar pressure billowing from his body. A fiery light hid behind his pale green eyes, growing in strength with each passing second. At that moment, invalids for several miles all looked in a single direction. Like a typhoon, force spun into a cyclone and charged toward Lionel's body. Those who could sense force felt as though the world was quaking. As for those who hadn't awakened their internal sight, an unease crept into their hearts. To them, a subtle sense of inferiority latched onto their souls. The shuttle creaked and groaned. It seemed the force was badly influencing its internals. But Lionel pretended as though he didn't notice its bobbing and swaying in the air. He felt as though someone had locked their sights onto him, as though there was something lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. A dangerous warning far greater than the Wurrat was blaring in his mind. Chapter 82. Bonus chapter for 600 Power Stones. Next at 900, Smiley Face. For the first time, Lionel felt the might of his 1-star cleanse constitution. According to the creator of Dimensional Cleanse, just the act of forming his first star was enough for him to be ranked in the top 1% of talent. Of course, 1%, even on Earth, constituted tens of millions of people before the metamorphosis began, let alone the fact that the creator was likely referring to a multiverse of people. However, this still meant that out of 100 people, Lionel would be the very best amongst them. Still, though Lionel had read the words of the creator, he had thought it was an exaggeration. What was so difficult about forming 3 force nodes and forming the first star? To him, it was as easy as breathing. So, he had thought that narcissistic creator who had been bragging about his own technique was just exaggerating. But Lionel couldn't have been more wrong. What he didn't know was that the frame of reference the creator used wasn't a mere third-dimensional world evolving into the fourth like Earth at all. Even the dictionary Lionel's father left recognized the technique as exceptionally high grade. The only reason Lionel could even see a piece of it like this is because the part in his hands was the mere first part of many. As for the later parts, he was nowhere near qualified to trade for them. What Lionel needed to understand was that forming the first star wasn't just about creating 3 force nodes. This was simply a minimum requirement. There were many who formed even all 9 fundamental nodes while failing to form even 1 star. All of this led to Lionel vastly underestimating himself. Not only was Dimensional Cleanse a great force cultivation technique, it was practically the perfect technique for him. Lionel found that when he circulated Dimensional Cleanse in full force, his mind was clearer than it ever had been before. His internal sight blossomed, and he could vaguely feel that he had entered a new world. This world was somehow both less material than Earth, but more material than his dream world. It was an in-between kind of space that left him feeling lightheaded but comfortable at the same time. All sorts of conflicting sensory feedback assaulted his mind. He felt weightless but heavy, that the space was infinite in size, yet as small as a pebble, like up was down and down was up. The only thing that seemed to make sense was a singular floating star above his head. Like an anchor, it silently pulsed in the sky, radiating a pure white light as it slowly revolved. It was only when Lionel focused on it that everything in his mind grew calm once more. This is the ethereal glabella the dictionary spoke of. Lionel felt a subtle control over the star. The slower it rotated, the weaker the streams of force entering him would become. The faster he egged it on, the thicker the invisible lines of force would become. A portion of the force would enter his body and nourish him, subtly increasing his stats. Another portion would nourish the star itself, causing it to pulse. Every pulse would refresh his mind, recovering his spirit several times faster than normal. Under normal conditions, it would take about 3 hours for Lionel to recover his spirit if he took a nap. If he didn't and simply let it recover in his wakeful state, it would take 6. But now he felt just half an hour was enough. If that was the case, what would the result be when he formed his second star? Or the penultimate third? Even if the effect was only additive, the benefits would be unimaginable. A large part of the reason it took him almost 24 hours to dream Sculpt Jones' polearm was precisely due to lack of spirit. But now, 30 minutes is still not fast enough. Lionel took a deep breath. I can't wait for it to finish. I need to try and use the incoming replenishment at the same time. Lionel's thoughts were impossibly immature. If others knew that he was attempting to circulate a force technique while distracted, their only conclusion would be that he was courting death. In truth, Lionel wasn't so naive. He knew that force and that manipulation of it was dangerous. He learned as much studying Call of the Wind. However, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart only grew greater and greater. It was like hundreds of tiny ants gnawing at his heart. No matter what he tried, he simply couldn't calm down. Lionel could vaguely feel that this was the instinct of the primitive man. He could smell the danger lurking with a nose refined over decades in the jungle. Since he was so certain it was coming, Lionel knew it couldn't have been baseless. Dream world. Lionel stretched his ability's computation prowess to its limits, madly accepting the force that poured into his body. One half of his mind remained in the ethereal glabella, while the other entered a blank white space that looked like an insane asylum ward. Lionel had no choice but to keep the surroundings as bland as possible. He couldn't spare thoughts toward anything superficial. He began to run simulations. No, it was more accurate to say that he was replaying every action the primitive consciousness took while it had control of his body. Every step, every strike, every twitch of the muscle. He ran the simulation again and again as though trying to sear it into his mind. Sweat poured from his forehead, but he didn't spare the effort to wipe it away. Time dilated. One could think far faster than they could act. Lionel's simulations broke what would have been normal pacing under his agitation. The movements of his dream world avatar grew quicker and quicker, but since it all occurred in Lionel's mind, it felt to him that nothing had changed. Aina laid behind Lionel, watching his back slowly drown in sweat. Though she knew what he was doing was dangerous, she didn't stop him. Instead, she was focused on her own recovery. One isn't enough. Lionel's jaw clenched tighter. He felt that at this speed, it would take him 3 days to fully digest the combat ability of the primitive consciousness and a full week before he could translate it to use in his true body. However, he didn't have this kind of time. He really didn't. If other owners of the spear domain ring knew of this, they would definitely faint from shock. Let alone completing such a task in a week, many past owners of the ring never succeeded in fully digesting a spear consciousness, at least not on their first try. And even when they did succeed, it was only with the spears they had the highest compatibilities with, and only after several months and even years. Not only was this primitive consciousness the polar opposite of Lionel, he even said he could fully digest its insights in just 3 days. It was completely ridiculous. It could only be said that Lionel's ability was perfectly suited for spear domain. So perfectly suited it was enough to make others green with envy. Like a madman, Lionel's dream world suddenly gained 2 shadows. He stripped the avatars bare of everything. They wore no clothes, they wore no expressions. In fact, they had no faces at all. Lionel stripped them of everything that would waste his computation ability, even taking their force nodes away. The fact the man was so primitive was a blessing in disguise for Lionel. Because of this, everything about his fighting capability was firmly rooted in the 3rd dimension, making it much easier for Lionel to simulate his fighting style. The bad news was that this meant the simulations didn't teach Lionel how to make the best use of his force, but Lionel couldn't afford to be picky anymore. 2 isn't enough. A 3rd shadow appeared. This one was even less detailed than the first 2. At best, it could only be considered a stick figure. Without muscles, its simulation was even less accurate. But Lionel threw everything he had at the wall, burning his limits to the very edge of what they were capable of. Blood dripped from his nose and his face paled, but his expression was without change. He had returned to the Lionel on the football field, the Lionel taking a pop quiz, the Lionel who would take even the simplest of tasks with the utmost seriousness. It was at that moment that it happened. The sound of sharp, whistling wind and the screech of a beast resounded through the skies. A massive tentacle stretched up taller than even the wreckage of skyscrapers and slammed down with all its might onto the silver shuttle. Chapter 83. Lionel's eyes flashed open. His reaction was impossibly quick. With swift movements, he darted to the back of the shuttle, swooped Aina up, and jumped from the opposing door. Their free fall would have led to the deaths of even evolved humans who had awakened their abilities. After all, the shuttle had a maximum elevation of 20 meters from the ground. But Lionel was prepared. Aina, your rope. Even as they fell from the skies, Lionel's gaze held a hidden sharpness. Falling from a tall height? That was what he feared the least. How many times had he done this exact same thing just on a single journey to school? With a heavy boom, Lionel landed on a fallen building. Due to his preparedness, the fall was barely 5 meters. At that time, the tentacle viciously whipped against the shuttle, crumbling an entire side of it with unstoppable momentum. Lionel's pupils constricted. As though a ball accepting the swing of a bat, the shuttle deformed and rocketed away at a speed almost faster than its forward momentum. Lionel felt his teeth getting itchy. What the hell kind of power is this? If he assumed the shuttle weighed a few tons, that was still a vast underestimation. If that was taken into account with its forward impetus, just how much strength did it take to make it deviate like that? Luckily, the forward momentum wasn't entirely disrupted. The shuttle spun and flew into the distance, missing Lionel and Aina by a large measure. It was only now that Lionel got a good glance at just what had attacked them. The tentacle was massive. Just the portion Lionel could see was over 20 meters in length. The rest of it was hidden behind the building it had attacked from the back of. However, this alone was enough to make Lionel's heart quake. A strong, fishy smell came from it, marring the air with a combination of a salty sea smell and a disgusting, rotting odor. A sticky, viscous liquid dripped, hitting the ground in intermittent intervals. Every inch of the bottom of the tentacle was filled with suction cups. They were each more than double or even triple the size of Lionel's head. They all vibrated in a rhythm that made it seem like they were breathing. And, judging by the destruction they caused to the shuttle, they definitely weren't as soft as they seemed either. As though on cue, the shuttle landed heavily on the ground. The resulting explosion was deafening. Even the buildings beneath Lionel's feet shifted as though they might collapse into a further heap once again. A ring of hot air blasted into Lionel, making him feel as though his skin would be burnt to a crisp at any moment. It was then that Aina finally handed him the rope he asked for, the very same rope they had made use of to climb the castle walls in Paris. Without hesitation, he swung her to his back, tying her firmly to him with an unquestionable aura emanating from him. At his current physical level, Lionel's body was far stronger than a horse's. In that case, since a horse could carry one and even two passengers at times, how could Aina's petite figure do anything to stop him anymore? In fact, he only barely felt the weight of her family heirloom that was now strapped to her own back. It hasn't launched a follow-up attack in quick succession. It's likely that it still believes we're in the shuttle, which also means that its vision is either poor or obscured. Let's assume the second to be safe. No matter what the answer, it ultimately means that it locked onto us using my force as a guide, which means it's likely uncertain of our exact location now that I've stopped circulating dimensional cleanse. Lionel's thoughts revolved madly. Though he had used his spirit as quickly as it formed just now, he still managed to recover a bit, about 40%. He now knew that the recovery of spirit wasn't uniform. He could recover it much quicker when he was fatigued, but the recovery became slower after 50% and even slower above 80%. Thankfully, this worked in his favor. As long as his spirit wasn't below 20% recovery, he wouldn't feel lethargic and his ability could work without shackles. Lionel broke out into a run after handing the metal spirit to Aina to hold. At the moment, the only things in his hands were the primitive spear and the dented shield on his left arm. The sound of breaking, rumbling, and collapsing buildings sounded behind Lionel. He didn't need to look back to know that whatever monster that thing was had definitely knocked the building in its way over to get to the shuttle it had knocked down from the skies. Lionel didn't bother to look over his shoulder. Even if he did, with Aina's body and her axe in his way, he wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. SSSKKKKRRR. Lionel clenched his jaw tightly, leaping from building remnant to building remnant. He could feel the muscles in his body madly heating up, but he had no mind to pay to them. He focused entirely on increasing his efficiency, on tapping into the mind of the primitive man, and controlling his body as he had controlled his. He knew that that thing's cry was due to finding out that its prey had escaped. If he delayed by looking back at it, he would only be courting death. Damn it, there are other invalids here. Lionel's gaze flashed, finding an invalid with a massive upper body blocking his path forward. Its legs were far too small in proportion to its figure, making it look like a human gorilla. But Lionel didn't have a mind to laugh, because he could sense the incredible power radiating in those massive forearms and fists. He spared a glance toward his spear and felt a pang in his heart. It looked like it would only survive a few more exchanges. He didn't want to waste them on a great invalid. To others, a great invalid already meant death. But to him, the current situation slotted them in as cannon fodder. Use my axe, Aina suddenly said. Lionel agreed to the suggestion without hesitation. He put the primitive spear away into his spatial bracelet, accepting the axe Aina handed to him. A blazing aura erupted from Lionel. Though he didn't think much of it, Aina's eyes widened. I thought I would have to suppress it so that he could use it freely. But though the werewolf seemed to have been using Aina's axe without issue, this wasn't the case. In fact, the axe was more than 10 times heavier in his hands than it was in Aina's. In addition, it wouldn't smoothly accept his force either, or why else would Aina defeat him so easily without employing her own force, and even while being barehanded? However, the Brazinger clan's heirloom didn't resist Lionel in the slightest. There were only two explanations. Either it trusted Lionel unconditionally, or it had accepted him as its inheritor just like it had Aina. The second could be thrown out, which meant that it was more definitely the former. And since that was the case, there was only one explanation. It meant that she trusted him unconditionally. Aina couldn't help but blush when her thoughts reached this point. The fibers of Lionel's muscles vibrated as one. His expression remained calm, almost cold. He was completely unlike the primitive man who loved battle. To Lionel, there was nothing but objective calculation. The great invalid roared, wildly beating its chest before raising its fists high in the air and smashing toward Lionel. Lionel didn't even blink. As though a carbon copy of the primitive man, his hips flexed, his thighs bulged, and his toes seemed as though they might rip out from his treasure shoes at any moment. He held onto the axe with both hands, exerting all his might. Bang! A small circle of air was left where Lionel's feet were last. He shot forward explosively, appearing behind the great invalid in less than the blink of an eye. His breathing was already ragged, as though that move had taken everything out of him. But the head of the invalid flew into the air, leaving its roar swaying in the wind. Lionel didn't even look back. He broke out into a sprint. As long as he could leave this jungle of buildings, he could pull out his bike. By then, his speed would increase by 50%, and he would have a better chance at escaping the range of that ridiculous beast. But it seemed that nothing in his life would go the easy way. Scree bang! Bang! Lionel didn't turn back, but he could sense what happened with his internal sight. A tentacle stretched into the skies and whipped downward toward the ground. Its suction cups bulged and became like dozens of obscenely powerful springs. They rebounded off the ground, launching the creature into the air. The skies seemed to go dark. A massive shadow covered the land, making Lionel feel as though the world had descended into darkness. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and looked back. Without Aina's axe in the way, his field of vision was much wider, and what he saw sent shivers down his spine. It was massive. An enormous 8-tentacled beast, almost 50 meters from one tip of a tentacle to another, and it was descending from the skies and falling down toward him. Chapter 84. I don't even want to know how you guys hit 900 power stones so quickly. Holy shit. These were the only words Lionel could say. He had never seen such a scene in his lifetime. The sight was so shocking that he didn't even have the mind to pay attention to the stomach-churning scent. In that moment, the world seemed to slow to a crawl. Lionel's pupils flickered continuously, his mind running several calculations at once. A split second later, he dropped into a low squat, jumping almost 5 meters into the air. If someone was watching this scene, they would think he had lost his mind. Such a jumping height was indeed impressive in comparison to a normal human. More than impressive, in fact. It was simply inhuman. However, it did him absolutely no good. What was 5 meters to a monster so large? Not to mention the fact Lionel was jumping right toward it. The resolution in Lionel's eyes didn't fade. Just when his body was about to lose its upward momentum, the sole of his right foot erupted with a bright green light, causing a square platform of just over a foot in length to appear. Lionel's thigh bulged as small measures of force erupted from his leg, sending him another over 10 meters into the air. His pupils constricted. I miscalculated. I didn't account for the fact these platforms could also increase my leaping ability. He'll reach that point 0. 2 seconds faster than I calculated, but he'll also be able to save a platform jump. Lionel's gaze carried a steely coldness, a hidden, blazing green light crouching behind like a lurking beast. His body soared through a gap in the beast's tentacles, appearing above its falling form in a flash. As expected, the creature hadn't reacted to him until it was too late. This was exactly why he hadn't used his force for his first jump. This way, the creature wouldn't be able to lock onto him too soon. However, what Lionel couldn't have imagined was that the moment he appeared above the creature, he would be faced with a massive by the size of his body, gazing at him with murderous intent. One figure rising, the other descending. For a moment, it seemed that time had stopped. A cold sweat matted Lionel's back. He felt that if this creature had a mental attack like the Wurad, he really wouldn't be able to resist it this time. Boom! SKKRE, the beast, landed on the ground, immediately launching several tentacles toward Lionel, who was above its bulbous head. Many years after this, Lionel would still cry tears about this battle. Even after so much time passed, he wouldn't know how he got so unlucky to have an octopus attack him on land. That massive round head, those weird S-shaped eyes, those tentacles. After seeing the top of its body, it was undeniable. Now, he was certain that this octopus vision was only obscured before. He had taken a marine biology class in the past only because Aina took it. They had vision sharper than even humans. And who knew what kind of mutations had appeared afterward? This creature's vision might very well be even better than the norm. Lionel didn't have time to think any more about it. He had thought of blinding it, but he completely gave up on the idea. Not only was it too dangerous, but it might not even be useful. Normal octopuses had complex sensors on their tentacle suction cups. It was appropriate to assume that the senses of this octopus had evolved. Or how else could it have accurately swatted a shuttle moving at 300 kilometers an hour with a single tentacle, all while its vision was obscured? And how else had it locked onto him again despite how far he had run away without activating his force? At that point, Lionel felt that he was incredibly lucky he had thought ahead enough to not use his force on his initial jump. The tentacles of normal octopuses can touch and smell. These evolved tentacles can likely also sense force. In that case, Lionel's left shoes glowed a bright green light before he leaped with all his might to the right. His instantaneous speed was blinding. He left streaks in the air, barely managing to leap over the tentacle that was sweeping toward him. He had already calculated the longest reach of the octopus after it attacked the shuttle. He wouldn't forget such an important tidbit at such a time. Lionel landed on the top of a dilapidated building, his feet sliding across its roof. 58-second cool down on the right. We were 10 minutes away from the fort according to the shuttle. That's 50 kilometers. There's no way I can cross such a distance with this thing hounding me. Its destructive capability is too great, and it isn't even hampered by speed with that insane jumping ability. Its agility is also covered thanks to its 8 tentacles. I need to kill it. Lionel's jaw clenched as he jumped from the building without hesitation. SSSKKRE, the building collapsed. Lionel had hardly leapt from it when the octopus flattened it to the ground. However, even it could not imagine that Lionel would actually jump back down toward it. Lionel knew that running would put him at a disadvantage. His best chance to run was right after the shuttle had been destroyed when this thing had yet to lock onto him. But who knew it would find him again so quickly? If it tried to run now, he would fall victim to that jumping attack again. If he was unlucky enough to get caught before the cool down of his shoes ended, he would be finished. This wasn't even the worst possibility. With how monstrous this thing was, knocking down buildings like they were houses of cards, Lionel just might get flattened to death just by its attempts at chasing him. In that case, his best choice was to stay close to it. Can you scan this thing and tell me its power, abilities, and weakness? Lionel yelled as he fell from the top of the building toward the octopus. He was shooting a shot in the dark. But if this thing could scan a shuttle it didn't have in its database, and even potentially scan zones, maybe it could do this too? Finally, it seemed someone was smiling down upon Lionel. Ping evolved marine life, form detected. Kingdom, Animalia, phylum, Mollusca, class, Cephalopoda, order, Octopoda, superfamily, Octopodidae, family, Megalodonidae, state, evolved, abilities, ping-generating nomenclature, reinforced suction cups, can alternate between softness and hardness, can compress and explode with force, multiplying power several times. Ultra-sensitive tentacles, has gained high-grade force talent, can absorb force through its numerous limbs, sense similar to internal sight maturing from tentacles, still in its infancy stages. Weakness, head, evaluating power, ping, evolution stage, peak tier, 7 black. Lionel landed heavily on the ground, Aina's axe being tightly held by his 2 hands. He no longer held back, his force erupting. The space around him became like a billowing hurricane, ripping the wind around him apart. His hair danced, the hidden green light in his eyes blazing to life. This damned octopus was actually an S-grade monster. But that was fine. Shackles that usually held Lionel back were released in full force. He might foolishly hesitate against a human, but against a beast, he had no qualms. This beast might be a monster, but he was one too. Lionel Morales, force amplified, strength 130, speed 130, agility 130, coordination 170, stamina 150, plus 0, 05 nullified, reactions 170, spirit 130, force 040. Chapter 85. Force howled around Lionel's body. A towering aura surged from him, causing the octopus to hesitate. Its tentacles continuously twitched, as though sensing something more monstrous than itself was standing before it. From its vantage point, it could barely see Lionel. Its eyes were too high, and Lionel was too short. Such a bug should have been all too easy to kill. So, why was it feeling like this? Aina laid on Lionel's back, her breathing incredibly steady. Though every time Lionel made a sudden movement, she would feel a jolting pain rampage across her body. She hadn't had the slightest change in expression, nor had she made the slightest sound. But now, she was surprised once more. This form of intimidation was so potent. However, he isn't yet strong enough to boast such an aura. After a while, the beast will just be more infuriated. Aina had hardly finished her thoughts when the roars of the octopus shook the surroundings once more. The 2 tentacles closest to Lionel slammed toward him. Due to the size of the octopus, Lionel could only stand between the 2 of them. Pour your force into the axe, Aina quickly said. It has one main ability that can be used now. You've seen it before. Lionel hadn't needed Aina to tell him this. He was already prepared. His force surged, causing the red glow of the battle axe to grow several times. An illusory blade extended from the AXS edge, expanding the size of the weapon by several fold. A roar left Lionel's lips. His body flexed as one. His force was wild, but his muscles churned in a controlled rage as he swung down with all his might. The extended blade pierced into the right tentacle by several meters, but failed to make it all the way through. At that time, the mournful howl of the octopus was followed by the strike of its second tentacle, which lashed against Lionel's back. There is nothing in this world that would have allowed Lionel to let such a thing happen. After all, Aina was on his back, and she was already injured. How could she suffer such a strike? The moment he realized he didn't have the strength to sever the tentacle in one strike, he immediately executed his secondary plan. As though the massive axe was the hook of a rock climber, he pulled down hard, making use of the octopus' tough skin as an anchor to launch himself up and above the second strike. Lionel landed on the top of the half-severed tentacle, his steps faltering. He hadn't accounted for just how slippery the skin of the octopus would be, and his feet were almost swept out from beneath him. Bang! The second tentacle landed on the first, having failed to squash Lionel between them like pincers. But the impact caused Lionel, who had just barely regained his footing, to falter once more. And this time, he couldn't regain it in time. Damn it. Lionel fell to the side, the enraged and pained roars of the octopus playing as the backdrop to his clown show. Seeing that Lionel was now within striking range of its third tentacle, the maddened beast didn't hesitate to swing toward Lionel's falling figure. Lionel's mind spun hard and his gaze flashed. Since it's like this, don't blame me for taking advantage. Staying on top of its tentacle was too dangerous, even if it was a tentacle that he had just severely injured. If this beast grit its way through the pain, launching Lionel into the air with a casual flick would basically guarantee his death. Lionel knew how risky this would be before he did it, which is why he tested to see if he could sever tentacle first. After he was forced to take such a risk, he wanted to run toward the octopus head as quickly as possible. After all, even though this monster was large, it was still only 50 meters from edge to edge, and the distance from one tip of the tentacle to its head was barely 20 meters. In that case, Lionel could still cover the distance in time. But who knew this damn thing would be so slippery, even to the point where he, who boasted maybe the highest coordination stat on Earth, stumbled around like a newborn calf. It should have been hopeless. He should have been finished. But Lionel's gaze was burning as bright as two torches in the depths of the night. Without hesitation, Lionel raised the axe once more, slicing into the already injured tentacle he was falling from without hesitation. In one swift motion, he stopped his falling and used the axe as a hook once more, launching him forward at blinding speeds. Lionel was a madman. As though the slippery liquid coating the octopus was a surfboard and its body was an ocean, he slid across it, leaving afterimages in his wake. The octopus tentacle missed, lashing against its own injured limb once again. It couldn't grasp how it could accurately knock a ship flying in the air at 300 kilometers an hour, yet couldn't swat this annoying fly to death. It had yet to evolve to the point of understanding that hitting something going in a straight line with a predestined path was far easier than hitting something which adapted to the situation like a feather drifting in the wind. However, Lionel still had a price to pay. He needed speed. He practically thirsted for it. He was using his force to the limits, not to mention the fact his body was already reaching its limits. He couldn't afford to stay here any longer. Who knew if there was another monster like this lumbering toward him now? But, most importantly, he needed to glide across the tentacle as quickly as possible. So, he left Ana's axe embedded into this thing's skin. Lionel, like a streaking flash, careened toward the octopus head. However, he wasn't as weaponless as one would expect. Instead, a primitive spear had appeared in his hand, his aura rising and billowing in the air. His blood boiled, a seething excitement bubbling forth from its depths. But Lionel couldn't afford to let the primitive consciousness possess him this time. Right now, only he could do this. The octopus felt the looming danger. It tried to lift its injured tentacle to launch Lionel away, but by the time it did, Lionel was already near the end of it. So, though Lionel was sent flying, it was right toward the center of its head. To the octopus, Lionel was like a god of death descending from the skies. The murderous intent was enough to make the beast freeze. For a moment, it really couldn't tell which of them was meant to be the true monster. In its panic, the octopus launched everything it had at Lionel, not minding its head as all 8 of its tentacles bent backward and toward the demon in the skies headed for it. The first time Lionel used Call of the Wind with his spear, he had only formed one force node. The last time he used it, the force art on his hand was restricting how much force he could use. But now, he had no such restrictions. The spear in his hand vibrated wildly, but his hand was like a steel clamp, holding it down as the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Call of the Wind. The wind around Lionel's spear tip grew so wild that it could be seen with the naked eye, a violent cyclone concentrated into a single point. The moment Lionel pierced forward, his primitive spear burst into a rain of shrapnel. But the attack stayed true. tearing through the air toward the octopus head. The world was silent for a moment. It seemed as though Lionel's final strike had done nothing. However, an instant later, the center of the octopus head began to twist. Then, its tough skin ruptured, following the twisting pattern and ripping itself apart. The twisting tunneled through, its speed picking up. At first, everything seemed to slow to a crawl, but in the next moment, it accelerated. It seemed to take several seconds for the first layer of skin to be pierced, but in the blink of an eye, a torrent of wind had exited from the back of the octopus head. A mournful cry left the massive monster, the last of its tentacles lashing toward Lionel as a final, desperate plea. In the air, Lionel had no way to dodge. The cool down on his shoes still hadn't ended, and, even if it had, he wasn't sure he had any force left to activate them. He had put everything he had into that last strike. This wasn't the most important point either. Even if his chain necklace could save him from dying, what about Aina, who was strapped to his back? Lionel's fighting intent blazed as he fell from the skies, the last bits of his strength blooming forth. Chapter 86. Lionel really did feel like an unlucky star was following him around everywhere. The reason he dared to jump into the skies like this despite knowing the octopus might make an all-out last assault was because he was hoping that it would disappear after it died, just like invalids. In that case, there would be nothing to worry about. But who could have guessed that not only would it not disappear, but the final momentum of its dying embers of life were enough to threaten him to this extent, even though the tentacles had lost the power backing them, thus making them far weaker than when the creature was alive. They were still falling toward Lionel and Aina. Considering the size of the octopus, Lionel didn't even want to calculate the weight each of those tentacles carried, or else he might pass out in shock before he even had a chance to resist. Suddenly, Aina's voice called out, "Catch the axe!" Her voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned quickly to find that the axe he had left embedded within the octopus limb had pulled itself free and was now flying toward them. Lionel understood Aina's intention immediately. If an axe that heavy soared toward them fast enough, it would be able to knock them off the path of trajectory the tentacles were aimed toward. Lionel twisted his body in the air, catching the flying axe with both hands. Oof! Though Lionel felt his arms go numb as a strong force rammed into him, he couldn't have been more happy. This was enough. Their direction was forcefully altered, sending them flying through a gap in the octopus limbs and crashing toward the remains of a collapsed building. Lionel braced himself, circulating the last dregs of his force into his legs and landing heavily. Thunderous booms sounded as the octopus finally collapsed. That battle hadn't lasted for even a minute, but Lionel felt completely spent. Weird. Lionel frowned. Why aren't there any invalids here yet? Before Lionel could ask his father's dictionary to see if it had an answer, he suddenly felt his spatial bracelet activate on its own. The segmented cube flew out, its numerous pieces breaking apart and enveloping the octopus corpse before forming back into the size of Lionel's palm once again. Lionel blinked in astonishment. This thing seems to have intelligence of its own. How else do you explain this? Though Lionel wanted to scrutinize the cube more, he didn't have the luxury. After putting it away, he broke out into another sprint. Without a spear, it would be difficult for him to use Call of the Wind again. Force techniques were too dangerous, so he had learned to not modify them on a whim. It was impossible for him to change it into a technique suitable for axes. Plus, even if he could, what force would he do it with? Why are there no invalids here? Lionel asked the dictionary, which now lay in his palm. Ping calculating. The most likely cause is related to the nature of invalids. Invalids are creatures of instinct whose sole aim is to devour and evolve. However, they can only devour creatures of their species. Powerful creatures of a differing species are great deterrences to them, as they are sources of danger without profit. Hearing this, Lionel skidded to a stop. That great invalid only appeared after he was a distance away from the octopus now that he thought about it. It was just that the octopus could cover obscene distances with that leaping ability of its. But if there was a species limitation, then why would this octopus come after him so fervently? Wait, this octopus didn't disappear, so it's unlikely to be an invalid. There must be another reason it saw me as a potential meal, and that reason may very well be related to why the segmented cube acted on its own. Forget it. Now isn't the time to think about this. I need to focus on getting back to the fort. Quickly, how do invalids differentiate between members of their species and those that are not? Lionel realized that this likely meant that not all invalids were humans, but he didn't have time to ponder on this. Ping responding to Seed, it depends. Low-level invalids mostly rely on olfactory senses. High-level invalids have many more options, too variable to list. Lionel's gaze shone. The place he had skidded to a stop by was exactly the place he had sliced into the octopus tentacle. There just so happened to be ghastly blue blood here. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Sorry about this, Aina. A day and a half later, in the depths of the night, the patrol unit of Royal Blue Fort felt as though they were walking on eggshells. In recent days, the number of invalids had taken a sharp tick upward. According to the superiors, something big had happened in Perimeter 7, causing the first instances of invalid tides to form. The good news was that their target wasn't the fort, but the residual effects had made what once was a fairly easy job to gain ascension points to become a life and death struggle. The head patrol guard during this round was a certain Tier 2 Officer Doran. He could only curse his bad luck. Had this happened just a day later, he would have been able to apply to enter an F-grade zone and dodge all of this nonsense. But now, the superiors didn't want to risk having to train inexperienced patrol units at such a dangerous time, so he could only swallow his grievances and continue on with his patrol job. At least he had gotten off better than those Tier 3 officers who had perimeters to patrol. That's what you all get for looking down on me. Realizing that others had it worse than him seemed to make Doran feel much better. He swept a gaze from the top of the fort walls. He had completed this action so many times already that he had lost count. He had expected this time to be no different from the others, but he suddenly froze this time around. Without hesitation, he pulled out a telescope, extending it and looking through. With the restrictions on technology, he could only use such a primitive tool. But that didn't change its effectiveness. Doran blinked. What he saw shocked him. There were two humans, but covered in some weird, cracking dark blue substance. One of them seemed to be carrying the other, but their states could only be described as sorry. The young man carrying the young woman dragged a massive axe along the ground. He probably knew that such an action would slow his steps, but his arms didn't have the strength to lift that large weapon up anymore. Who else could these two be if not Lionel and Aina? Though the octopus blood had worked to a certain extent, it was just a certain extent. It had 100% effectiveness on invalids below the B grade, but at the B grade, it was barely 50% effective. For grade invalids, it was not even 20% effective. In the end, it had taken them over a day to cross just 50 kilometers because the initial commotion Lionel raised had caused an invalid tide. He felt spent to the point that his legs didn't even feel like his own anymore. However, despite seeing the looming fort walls, the unease in Lionel's heart didn't settle down. Instead, it grew because the danger he had been waiting for hadn't appeared yet. Duran's pupils constricted. It's them. I need to inform the junior governor Duke. Chapter 87. Lionel weakly dragged his body into the gates of the fort. His eyes were half closed, and his steps were so small it hardly looked like he was taking them at all, but he eventually made it. Every part of his body felt as though it was on his last legs. Even he was quite surprised that he was still alive. It could only be said that the human capacity for survival was very large. Hello, hello. Lionel's head shook as he suddenly felt someone was calling out to him. He looked up to find the very same Tier 2 Officer Doran standing across from him, a blinding flashlight waving in his hand. Lionel squinted, finding it difficult to look at the light. Why the hell is this guy waving something like this in my face? It was safe to say that Lionel was at the end of his rope. He was lacking in both sleep and strength, so even if he was a saint, his fuse would be much shorter. In that moment, he even had the faint will to gather this massive axe he was dragging one more time and cleave this bastard in two. In the end, he managed to restrain himself. Do you think you could just ignore me? You might be some big shot, but there are still protocols to be followed. Spittle flew from Duran's lips, some of which even attached itself to his bushy mustache as he tried to interrogate Lionel. He wasn't exactly wrong. Lionel and Aina had left their perimeter before their post could be taken over. This was already an offense. On top of this, they failed to return with the military jeep they were assigned. Yet another offense. Now, Duran had already asked Lionel several questions, to which he got no answers. And of course, this was another offense. Right now, they were still in a code red, Class 9 state. In such a state, crimes had punishments several times harsher than the norm. Even something as mundane and benign as shoplifting might get 120 or more years in prison. When the offenses were related to military order, the punishments would be even harsher, as military law tended to be. Lionel and Aina weren't official members of the military, which might still lighten their sentence. After all, the fort was strapped for helping hands, and every powerful individual was worth a lot. Duran obviously knew this, but he felt dissatisfied because he thought Lionel was ignoring him. Clearly, Duran didn't realize that the reason he was still a Tier 2 officer was because of his own stupidity. Considering the state of Lionel, who would assume that he was ignoring a person instead of realizing he was an arrow at the end of his flight. Lionel's barely opened eyes slowly opened wider. The action seemed to take all of his strength, but what Duran saw made him stumble backward uncontrollably, finally allowing the blinding light to move from Lionel. A beast, a wild beast that might lash out at any moment. That was what he saw. A roar assaulted his mind as he fell to the ground. Cold shivers and sweats traveled through his back as he stared up at Lionel, eyes filled with fear. The other officers looked toward Duran with weird expressions. Lionel hadn't done anything but look at him. Was there a need to react like this? Lionel slowly walked by the fallen Tier 2 officer. He only had thoughts of finally resting. He just had to make it back to his bed. No, any bed would do. He wasn't picky. Then he could sleep for a whole week and forget about all of this. At that moment, more bright lights blocked Lionel's path. But this time, they didn't come from a flashlight, but rather a few vehicles. Beneath the night sky, their highlights made Lionel's eyes burn. The frustration in Lionel's heart grew deeper. He just wanted to sleep. Why were all of these people continually blocking his way? He was already so close to home. He had walked through the outer city, through the illusion mist, and into the inner city. He had been moments away from his bed when he suddenly found the mansion he had been given was surrounded by a few shuttles. Lionel Morales, the junior Governor Duke, would like to have a few words with you. At this point, Lionel felt a boiling anger in his chest. A word with him? Right now? They didn't send medical personnel or even ask if he was all right, but instead asked him to drag his body to see some Governor Duke's son, who couldn't even bother to appear himself. Lionel didn't even care about the fact that the junior Governor Duke's appearance here meant that he had cleared in Grade Zone. Compared to what he had just been through, couldn't Grade Zone even be comparable? However, with so many shuttles around him, maybe even equipped with weapon technology Lionel couldn't imagine, what could he even do? He found himself too tired even to express his rage. Others believed that Lionel was very mild-tempered, and that he was. But there was something about himself that James had pointed out on the day of the national championship. Lionel knew that James was trying to throw the game. He also knew that his friend must have had his reasons. However, he couldn't decide between his best friend and a game he had already won 3 times before. James was like a brother to him. They had stayed side by side for 4 years. Anyone else, for the sake of such a friendship, might have acquiesced at one time and lost the game on purpose. Yet, instead of doing so, Lionel found a method to both not hurt his friend while also winning the game in the end. Of course, having known Lionel for so long, James saw through his friend with ease. Others may have thought that Lionel was simply unaware, but James knew that while Lionel was soft-hearted, what he hated the most was losing. Lionel's insistence on his father's mantra of persistence and respect might sound like a kid just idolizing his father. However, it was deeper than that. It was so deep that Lionel himself didn't recognize it. Only those who were the closest to him did. Just like James. So, when Lionel was making his way to the junior governor duke's residence with a bubbling rage in his chest he could do nothing about, that hidden beast kept lashing out. The aura around him became insufferable. Even the veteran soldiers around him felt like it was difficult to breathe. Only those Tier 5 veterans like Admiral Milan just barely managed to keep their knees from knocking together. Soon, weak body and all, Lionel found himself in the living room of a mansion far more luxurious than his own. Everything seemed flooded with gold and white, as though the sun god Apollo was the owner of the residence. Still, there was no sign of the junior governor duke. It wasn't until Lionel heard a pair of voices that he realized there was a ledge above the living room that was being fed into by a pair of curved stairs. Unfortunately, he felt too weak to raise his head. He could only barely see the shoes of the two above him and make out that they were two men. "Miles, I really have to thank you this time. Without your help, I don't think I could ever get revenge for my fallen comrades. Is there even a need for such words between us, Simeon? Plus, my Governor Duke family has an obligation to keep law and order. Whether you came forward or not, there would be appropriate punishments. It seems I've worried too much, then. The Luem family is indeed trustworthy." The words of the two young men stopped. Lionel could faintly guess that they were looking down the ledge and toward him. Lionel Morales. Aina Brazinger. The voice of the man called Miles filled Lionel's ears. From their conversation, Lionel could understand that he must be the junior Governor Duke. "We have evidence that you've cooperated to slay 6 citizens of our Ascension Empire. Even without martial law, the penalty would be death. As citizens of the Empire, you have the right to know what you're being imprisoned for, so I have told you. Escort them to the basement. They will remain there until the trial." The young man spoke with indifference. To him, the trial was just a facade. The two of them were as good as dead. Well, Lionel would die. As for the girl on his back, she would be sent off in chains to the Brazinger family. Lionel came to understand something. He'd been a bit naive. He hadn't thought much about what would happen here since they were entering a mansion. If they were in trouble, shouldn't they have been directly sent to the jails? But it was then he understood. For two variants like them, Miles' illusion ability was the best kind of trap. Lionel barely struggled to raise his head, and only then did he see the faces of the two young men. One of them had a bright head of white gold hair that almost looked like the mane of a lion. As for the other, Lionel's vision was too blurred to see most of his features, but what he did see was the monocle over his left eye. No, one would be hard-pressed to call a monocle at all. It had 8 lenses that seemed to hover in space in a circular formation. Chapter 88. Bonus chapter for 1200 Power Stones. Bonus chapter for Reach, 300 coming later. Pray for my ligaments. Sad face. Lionel didn't react much to Miles' words, something that was out of the expectations of the latter. Though he spoke those words with indifference, that didn't mean he expected indifference in return. In fact, he was very much expecting to hear several shouts and a torrent of cursing. It wasn't even out of his expectation that Lionel might try to run away and fight his way out. Of course, all of this would be futile. The range of this illusion world was almost like his own lucid dream. The downside of his ability was that it took a lot of time to set up a range so large, but the benefit was that once it had been, not only was the drain on his spirit minimized, but his power was several times greater as well. In truth, Lionel was finished the moment he crossed into the city. Miles' confidence was obvious by the fact he hadn't even confiscated the axe in Lionel's hand. The officials who escorted Lionel here had long since surrounded him. Seeing that Lionel didn't react, they didn't relax as one would expect. By now, Lionel's vision had cleared a bit more. He could see that the young man, with a monocle over his left eye, had blazing red hair and eyes just like the six-worm men had. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a light smile on his face. His impeccably clean and crisp clothing made his meticulousness evident. Lionel slowly raised the axe in his hand, causing the officers to tense. But Miles and Simeon continued to look down with indifference on their faces. Even if Lionel was in peak condition, they wouldn't have to fear him in this place, let alone now in his current state. However, they could have never expected that instead of attacking, Lionel would be using the last of his strength to slip the axe back into the holster on Ana's back. To those watching him, his actions didn't make much sense at all. "So you want to deal with me, is that right?" Lionel's voice sounded quite hoarse. It could be imagined that he hadn't had a drop of water in a day and a half now. With how hard he'd been pushing his body, it was a wonder that he was even standing. Miles' brows knit slightly. His first instinct was to not respond. He simply disdained to. However, he found himself opening his mouth to do exactly that before he knew what was happening. It was as though he had been compelled to. This level of charisma, it was hard to imagine it was a boy before him and not a Tier 7 or higher general. Though he managed to stop himself right before the words came from his mouth, he was left in an awkward position. Everyone could tell that he had been about to speak and could only look at him in confusion when his mouth hung open without a word. However, in the end, though he spoke, it wasn't to Lionel. "Take him away." Lionel moved again, and Miles' frown deepened as he watched the officers continue to hesitate. They watched as he took out 3 silver rods and twisted them together into a long pole, one after another. "What methods do I have to protect myself from illusions?" Lionel seemed to be speaking to himself. Every action he took was like a madman that couldn't be seen through. It felt like he just might lash out at them at any time. But then, unexpectedly, something responded. Pink Seed Soul Force is too high to be influenced by illusions beneath the bronze grade. Only Seed's eyes can be fooled. It is suggested that Seed close his eyes and make use of internal sight to battle. Information omitted. The words of the dictionary made Miles' pupils constrict. "Stop him." The words had hardly left his lips when the blunt tip of Lionel's rod had appeared before Admiral Milan. Lionel had already guessed that this Tier 5 admiral had an ability that utilized his voice. If not for this, an admiral with no personal combat ability like him wouldn't be sent here to escort Lionel. What Lionel could afford the least right now to lose his hearing or have his inner ear be affected. The truth was that Lionel's internal sight was far sharper, more detailed, and more useful than his eyesight. It was just that Lionel had grown up all his life using his eyes to see and interact with the world. Suddenly having internal sight now made him feel as though he suddenly had another pair of arms he wasn't used to using yet. However, now he had no choice but to rely on it. What he couldn't have imagined was that the moment he closed his eyes and leaned on his internal sight completely, that a rush of comfort would overwhelm his body. It was as though a drying river had suddenly been fed by a crystal-clear lake. What was a shame was that the dam originally blocking the lake from the river was actually Lionel himself. Everything felt sharper and more controlled. The finest details of everything from his own body to his surroundings were projected into his mind without delay. Lionel wasn't a fool. He knew that the lingering danger had yet to be resolved. So how could he come back here without any preparations at all? Though his body was in such a state, his force and spirit weren't running completely on empty. Admiral Milan's eyes widened. He had just been opening his mouth to send a concentrated blast toward Lionel when the rod appeared before him. He sighed a breath of relief when he realized it had no blade. However, it was simply too fast for him to dodge. He could only brace himself for impact. But he could have never imagined that the blunt tip would carry so much force behind it. The first thing he felt was the wall that hit his back. No, it should be that his back hit the wall. Then he registered that all of his ribs had been broken. He couldn't even scream without the searing pain of his lungs being minced by his own bones, making his eyes roll back into their sockets. He shook as he slid to the ground, as though he was going into epileptic shock. This was maybe the only sign that his life was holding on by a small thread. "The Empire has been pissing me off for a long time already," Lionel said slowly, his eyes firmly clamped shut. "Since you want me, come and get me." Chapter 89. Bonus chapter for 300 Power Stones. Next at 600, smiley face. It could only be said that they were caught completely unprepared. Just like Lionel had guessed, the surveillance on him wasn't as airtight as he believed. After the metamorphosis, technology of their world almost ceased to function entirely. Technology, even in this futuristic era, still fundamentally relied on electricity, which was ultimately the movement of electrons from one point to another. However, force was constructed of the quantum particles that governed the laws electrons used, with the benign third-dimensional force evolving into the fourth-dimensional force of a fourth-dimensional world. Those fundamental laws that governed everything were changing. As such, how could technology continue to function? The Ascension Empire had put a lot of effort and research into building technology that could function in the fourth dimension, but Earth was ultimately still in its infantile stages. The only reason some technology continued to work now was because Earth was still only a pseudo-fourth-dimensional world. The metamorphosis hadn't been completed in its entirety just yet. But it was safe to say that Earth had lost more than 90% of its original capabilities. And now, only more primitive technologies like the military jeep worked in the outside world. As for the shuttle of the Wormmen, Lionel was simply unaware that the model of the shuttle had been modified and downgraded. If not for this, let alone 300 kilometers an hour, a true shuttle could break the sound barrier without issue. This was all to say that let alone having his personal satellite like Lionel imagined in his worst-case scenario, Earth didn't even have a single satellite remaining. In addition, the highest class of tech could only be used in specific places where towers designed to disrupt force operated. The good news, then, was that Lionel wasn't as hopeless as he thought. The Wormmen likely only found them making use of a GPS hidden within the military jeep. The bad news, however, as Lionel was finding out now, was that he was completely unable to use force within the inner city where technology flourished. This was a major miscalculation on Lionel's part. In his defense, he hadn't spent long enough in the fort to notice such a thing. He was too inexperienced and only slept a single night here. But at this point, he didn't have a mind to care. He was pissed. There wasn't a single drop of emotion on his face, but to those facing him, it felt like he was 3 times their size. At this point, fear had gripped their hearts. Lionel hadn't made another move after incapacitating Admiral Milan. It was as though he was waiting for something. He is resisting an arrest issued by Governor Duke Seal. Kill him. Miles' cold voice was like the gun of a drag race. Those who had been hesitating and even somewhat fearful still pulled on the holsters attached to their hips without hesitation, pointing their guns at Lionel. Guns weren't much different from the past. They didn't shoot laser beams, but rather still function on bullets. However, in this era, even a handgun had no less strength than a sniper rifle. Technology, instead of evolving toward higher-grade ammo, put the most effort into increasing the strength of alloys, compressing force, and mitigating recoil. In this era, every gun was outfitted with a complex gyroscope capable of measuring force and a haptic feedback system that used the data provided by the gyroscope to nullify this force. As a result, even the most powerful pistols not only had amazing armor-piercing capability, they were also as steady as airsoft guns kids used to play. However, to Lionel, this wasn't an entirely bad thing. The steadier the hand, the easier it was to predict. Lionel had always been worried about guns. Even the most primitive guns of the medieval ages made him nervous. However, after he stopped using his eyes, he suddenly realized something. Subconsciously, he could draw a line from the muzzle of the gun to where it would end up. It was almost like he was projecting his dream world into the real world, as though he could simulate everything that would happen. It was only a vague feeling, and Lionel could even feel that this was a still unawakened ability of his, but it was there nonetheless. No one could have imagined that just when half a dozen guns had turned toward Lionel, he would take a step forward the instant their fingers pulled the trigger. In the beginning, they thought that he was only fearless because he hadn't seen the guns. After all, his eyes were closed, and these officials had never heard of this internal sight. But the scene that played out was completely out of their expectations. It almost seemed like the bullets had flown through Lionel without obstruction, as though he had become transparent and blurry just for a moment. However, Lionel knew the truth. One flew beneath his arm, two between his legs, one narrowly missing his neck, and the final two by his head. He wasn't fast enough to dodge bullets, but he was fast enough to dodge their trajectory. With another 2 pierces of his rod, another 2 officers went down. What's his ability, and what does it do? Lionel walked through a rain of bullets, taking down the final 4 officers. His attention was toward the young man with a monocle, who even now couldn't have expected such a result. Lionel was simply too calm. It really did feel as though they had woken a slumbering beast. Simeon and Miles watched from the ledge as Lionel, without an ounce of hurry, took 6 guns and 12 reload clips to himself. Ping generating nomenclature. Evolution stage. Tier 8 black. Evolution type. Auxiliary, evolution. Reinforced mind, genetic manipulation. Reinforced mind. Mental capacity several times that of normal individual. Special emphasis on eyesight. Genetic manipulation can sense the evolution path of those below the Tier 7 black grade and diverge or converge it. I see. Lionel took a gun and aimed it toward Miles and Simeon with his left hand and shot twice in quick succession. The power, the recoil, the speed. He had already seen through it all. Unfortunate. However, Lionel already mumbled this word before the bullets even landed. Bang! Bang! A thin energy shield blocked the bullets. The 2 young men, with cold sweat matted down their backs, watched on as the 2 bullets slowly fell before their eyes. Had it not been for the security system of Miles' home, they would be dead. The most shocking part was that Lionel hadn't shot toward the illusion Miles had set up, but rather toward his real body. His expression turned solemn. Even if you're 10 times stronger, you won't leave the city alive. In order to maintain the peace, there were exceptionally few who knew of this operation. This was part of the reason they allowed Lionel to go so far as to walk back to his own home. However, if the secret couldn't be kept, that was fine as well. Now that Lionel had attacked so many officials, and even a Tier 5 one at that, it would be even easier. With such evidence, it was impossible for the right to autonomy amendment to work in his defense. Lionel turned his back to the 2 men. One of them had an illusion ability that was useless against him, and the other had a mental ability. They were not his opponents. His true enemy was waiting outside. As expected, Lionel had hardly taken a step outside when the sound of horns shook the dark night sky. Several spotlights converged from all directions, alerting everyone to the state of emergency. Thousands were mobilized in a few breaths, and it seemed that Miles was more cautious than he seemed on the surface, because even the usually unguarded inner-city doors were blocked. However, this was a problem Lionel would love to be facing, because, as it stood now, he was still a few kilometers from those very doors. He felt that something was disrupting his use of force. As long as he could make it out of the range of that something, he could threaten the city by causing another invalid tide. Though he didn't want to put people in danger, this would be his very last resort. Lionel stepped out of the mansion on shaky legs, looking up at the dark sky, the twinkling stars, the silver moon. His breathing was ragged. Just a few moves, and he already felt that he had hit another wall. "Do you have anything that can hold my body together a bit longer?" Lionel asked, a bit desperate, feeling so many converge onto him through his internal sight. This time, these weren't just normal, unevolved humans. They all had abilities, and their technology was levels beyond. Ping replying to Seed. The meat of evolved creatures is the best nourishment for evolvers. As though having heard the question, the segmented cube popped out once more before vanishing. All that was left was a head-sized cube of rich, pinkish-violet meat. Raw octopus, huh? I hear it's a delicacy. Chapter 90. Lionel took a step forward, taking a large bite out of the hunk of meat at the same time. In a city like this, they're unlikely to use explosives. The greatest danger to my safety are snipers. The range of my internal sight can't possibly be wide enough to take them into account. I also can't guarantee there isn't anyone with an ability that makes them confident in sniping, even if I'm in the midst of a crowd. Lionel's thoughts suddenly froze. He felt as though a flame had suddenly dropped into his stomach, and he felt incredibly heavy. The bloating in his stomach slowed his steps, making him uncomfortable. Lionel was never one to eat much. In fact, he had had a poor appetite for as long as he could remember. Due to this disposition of his, it was a wonder that he wasn't a skeleton. This aside, it was safe to say that he hadn't experienced this feeling before. No, that's not true. I have. The first time Dad gave me that vomit brew, Lionel's burrow furrowed. The discomfort wasn't enough to slow him down severely, but it made him feel a bit sick. He was already not in an optimal state. He couldn't afford even the slightest tick down in his stats. What the hell? Lionel felt like cursing this damn dictionary and his dad for creating a faulty product. Lionel's frown deepened, but he couldn't continue remaining here. He had to make it to the doors out of the city as quickly as possible. The moment Lionel broke out into a run, he felt his blood begin to boil. Before Lionel could even pause to figure out what was wrong with him, he found that his stomach was already rumbling. The hunger was severe to the point Lionel almost fell over. The rolling and contracting muscles of his stomach felt like they might tear his body apart any moment. Feeling a bit fearful and shocked, Lionel quickly took another bite. By the end of it, he bit into his palm, not realizing the meat was already consumed. What the hell is wrong with me? Ping information omitted. Lionel almost began cursing again, but his expression changed when he saw a troop of soldiers marching through the streets and toward him. The sight of black-clothed military men stomping in unison through a residential area was particularly dystopian. However, Lionel didn't have the time to take in the sight. He could only dive through the side gates of a nearby mansion. He might be able to dodge the trajectory of bullets, but he wasn't insane. There were at least 3 dozen tactical rifles between them. Compared to the pistols in Lionel's possession, which could already be considered as powerful as sniper rifles of the past, their power could be imagined. Lionel leapt up with all his power, grabbing the edge of a house's roof and pulling himself up. Get down. Stop resisting. The roar of a man used to command entered Lionel's ears. But he couldn't have imagined that Lionel would have already appeared on the roof when they were still seeking to cut him off from the side and back of the house. These men are clearly highly trained, but this is also their downfall. They don't dare to step out of line, which means they're restricting themselves from using their abilities. This is to my advantage, Lionel's gaze flashed. He put his rod away, and 2 guns appeared in his hands. He kept his head low as the tactical unit surrounded the house from all sides. The instant before they realized Lionel wasn't still on the ground, he had already jumped. Lionel's body flew horizontally in the air, his arms pointed downward and his eyes blazing with fighting intent. The sounds of gunshots rang beneath the night sky, followed by pained grunts and dull thuds. With a flip, Lionel landed on the roof of an opposing house and broke out into another sprint. "Give me another piece, I'm starving," Lionel said, hoping his words would be effective. Thankfully, the segmented cube didn't let him down. Another head-sized cube of octopus meat appeared in his hand and disappeared into his stomach just as fast. The burning in Lionel's blood grew. It was so comfortable that he almost forgot the aching of his muscles. It was a similar feeling to someone working out with sore muscles. After a while, the heat would make one forget the pain. However, if one stopped, the aching might return with several folds more potency. Lionel knew he couldn't afford this, so he continued to push his body, hoping this heat would continue. Halt! Another roar entered Lionel's ears. It seemed that the captain from before had found his dead squad members. With a single leap, Lionel had shot 6 bullets and taken out 6 of them. He didn't want to kill, but going down here meant that his life was basically over. The way Miles was trying to toy with his future left him sick to his stomach. However, what disgusted him the most was that if he were caught, Aina would definitely be sent to the Brazinger clan. He refused to let this happen. In that case, his conscience was clear. He could have easily killed them all, but he only killed enough to leave unscathed. He had already been merciful enough. Aina watched silently as all of this happened, shaking her head. In truth, Lionel somehow thought she was still sleeping. But how could she be sleeping in a situation like this? He needs to learn that being kind to your enemies is only harming yourself. A cold light flickered in Aina's eyes, but she remained silent, pretending as though she was still asleep. Lionel was absolutely unstoppable. The small tactical units sent after him one after another didn't even pose any challenge. The terrain was too disadvantageous to them. They didn't dare to shoot toward Lionel carelessly. Who in this city wasn't a big shot? Did they even have the ability to take responsibility if one of these figures died in their homes because they were shooting at Lionel? To make matters worse, Lionel having guns was like giving wings to a tiger. His senses were too sharp, his coordination too elite. Every time he shot, a bullet would perfectly land in the gap of their armor, ending their lives swiftly. They almost couldn't believe that Lionel was only using handguns. Even if they were as powerful as sniper rifles of the past, the armors the tactical units wore in this age had advanced just as much. However, it didn't seem to matter. Over an hour later, Lionel sat behind the side gates of yet another home, his breathing ragged. He had already swapped into the tactical gear of a soldier. The only thing he didn't change were his treasure shoes. Even if he couldn't use them in range of whatever was disrupting force, they would still be useful to him in the future. Lionel tied Aina to his back once more, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. From here until the doors, there were no longer homes to constantly hide behind. It was practically a flat plain. Between Lionel's location and the doors out of the city, there was a city square and park. The space was as open as Royal Blue Academy's campus, and the city square had no cover aside from a large fountain that sputtered water from the mouth of a mermaid and whale. Not only were there units all throughout the park, but there was a small troop of at least 200 standing at attention right before the doors. On a tower far away from the danger, Miles and Simeon watched on coldly. They hadn't managed to get eyes on Lionel just yet. They had a feeling that something with strong force was protecting his body under these conditions, or else it was impossible that their surveillance systems couldn't lock onto him. But that didn't matter. There was only one way into and out of the city. It had been specifically designed like this to stop rogues like Lionel. Lionel practically inhaled another head-sized piece of octopus meat before slamming down the black headgear of the tactical unit. In order to get this, he had actually doubled back toward the units he had already killed. This was part of the reason his location still hadn't been locked down and why he now had 2 tactical rifles in his possession. Unlike the handguns, these rifles had 50 bullets per clip and were several times more powerful. With this kind of firepower, he still had a chance. Unfortunately, things wouldn't be so simple. To now, the tactical units hadn't used their abilities. But this didn't mean there weren't specially trained units. After all, Miles couldn't clear in Grade Zone alone. Since the beginning of the metamorphosis, Royal Blue Province had experienced the appearance of 4 grade subdimensional zones. 1 wiped out a special unit completely, but 3 units survived, one of which, led by Miles, managed to clear the 4th just recently. Lionel took a deep breath, his eyes gaining a deep calm as he stood out from the final home and entered the park with confident steps. Bang! Lionel's pupils constricted as he quickly fell to one side, but it was already too late. A searing pain appeared in his left shoulder, precisely tearing through the smallest gap in the joint of his armor. Bang! Another shot rang out. Chapter 91. Bonus chapter for 600 Power Stones. On another, completely unrelated note, I can see the names of everyone who votes and recently ordered a death note from the dark web. I'm not mentioning this for any particular reason, just an interesting tidbit about my life. Smiley face. Shanghai had always been a proud man. When he was 3 years old, he was designated as a 5-star arms professional. In the history of the Ascension Empire, barely 1,000 people had ever earned such an evaluation. From that day onward, he was placed under the intensive care of the government with the consent of his parents. He began playing with Swiss Army knives before his 4th birthday and was already handling guns by the time he was 7. When he began school, he entered the Royal Blue Education Program, starting from Royal Blue Elementary School, entering Royal Blue Middle School, and eventually venturing to Royal Blue Academy. He received the best education, the best nutrition plans, and the best care and attention one could ask for. He boasted a position in the top 1,000 of the most eligible minors list before his 18th birthday. And even after he became 18, he was within the top 10,000 eligible bachelor's list. However, after graduating from Royal Blue Academy 5 years ago, life became boring to him. His family background wasn't as great as his peers, so he found moving up ranks in the army difficult. The rebels who spent their time trying to take down the Ascension Empire were nothing more than a clown show who could only cause skirmishes once in a while. And without a high enough rank, he wouldn't be trusted enough to become a part of missions to quell rebellions on the Moon and Mars. His life stagnated. Sure, with his potential, all he had to do was wait a few decades for those old fogies to die, and he would eventually get his shot. But he didn't have such patience. Before the metamorphosis began, he had actually been approached by a member of the rebel army. Instead of reporting the incident like he should have, he actually kept it to himself. What he wanted the most was the thrill. He loved battle, and those damned virtual reality pods weren't worth shit to him. How was it the same if his life wasn't on the line? If he couldn't feel his blood boil? If he couldn't feel his opponent's life slipping between his fingers? He needed more. If it wasn't for the descent of the metamorphosis, he really would have joined the rebel army and stuck it to those bastards who tried to bury his talent like that. But it seemed there was a god smiling down at him. Just when he was about to, his ability awakened, then invalids appeared, and then zones began to open one after another. Just like that, his boring life revved back up. He suddenly felt thrill again. The longer he spent in a world like this, the more he felt that this was the way it should be. When things were too peaceful, things would be too boring. He wasn't one of those hypocrites who thought one needed to struggle to evolve. No, he just wanted to kill. Just a bit over an hour ago, Shanghai learned of what was going on here. After he was told that Lionel was all alone and was actually carrying a girl on his back, he disdained to participate. This kind of boring hunt, what the hell did it have to do with him? He could have never imagined that this prey would be so interesting. It made him a bit curious, almost like a cat who found an adorable mouse. After finding himself a nice tall tower, he picked out his favorite sniper rifle and settled in. If one knew his personality and saw him now, they would find the scene to be completely out of their expectations. How a man who lived for battle and blood could remain motionless for so long, to the point of not even seeming to breathe, no one would be able to tell. Yet this was exactly what Shanghai had done. His right eye remained trained on his scope, the barrel of his rifle as steady as the surface of a calm lake. Even after he saw his prey, his heartbeat remained smooth and unhurried. One would never guess that this was a man he had waited over an hour for. As though his sniper rifle was a part of his body, he pulled the trigger in unison with a deep breath. As he exhaled, the bullet exited the barrel, as though on a line, and pierced the shoulder of his prey. Bang! That was when something completely out of Xinghai's expectations happened. The sound of the second bullet didn't come from his gun, but his prey's. It was impossible. Sniper rifles of the 21st century had a range of about a kilometer at best. However, Those of the 25th could shoot from 10 kilometers away. Not only were they equipped with far stronger bullets, but they also came with an onboard AI capable of executing the calculations a sniper needed with much more ease than a human. Due to the size of the inner city and the situation, Shanghai hadn't found it necessary to be so far away. So, he picked a tower just 1.5 kilometers away from where he guessed Lionel would appear. With the power of his sniper rifle, and at such a short distance, Lionel could have died on his first shot. But, want to play around a bit, Shanghai aimed for Lionel's shoulder first. He wanted to see his prey squirm and struggle for life, maybe even beg for mercy. But who knew that his prey would actually be able to react to a small extent? Like that, the bullet that should have been powerful enough to blow his arm off was actually obstructed by the tactical armor, causing it to lose some momentum and only pierce into his arm instead. And, as if that wasn't shocking enough, without the slightest hesitation, his prey turned toward his direction as though their gazes could meet across the impossibly long distance and fired a single bullet. Shanghai could feel it. That bullet radiated and dripped with confidence. He didn't fire a second and didn't even wait for it to land. His prey turned and sprinted into the park, disappearing into the depths of the small forest. Danger overwhelmed Xinghai's senses. It was impossible, but he knew what would happen. This bullet would hit him. He was as good as dead. What funny joke this was. If someone told him that someone could aim an ordinary rifle with a single arm and accurately shoot down a target over 1 kilometer away, with how sadistic Shanghai was, he might just cut the person to pieces with his favorite Swiss Army knife. But here it was happening before him now. The bullet tore through the air, invisible in the night sky. Sometimes, it would catch the moonlight's rays and glisten a beautiful silver before disappearing once more as though entering the void. The bullet tore into the tower. In the last moment, Shanghai blinked away, disappearing and appearing 1 meter to his left. Bang! Silence fell. The only thing that could be heard in the high tower now were Xinghai's ragged breaths. He didn't even react when he felt violent bits of shrapnel coming from his sniper rifle, assaulting him and tearing into his flesh. After a long while, Shanghai stood completely naked. If others were here, they would see his military uniform and gear laid on the floor where he had been lying just a moment ago, burnt to a crisp. As for his sniper rifle, it was in pieces. Slowly, Shanghai made his way to the remains of the barrel. It had split apart as though an explosion had gone off inside of it. It took a while, but Shanghai finally understood. The instant he shot his prey, he had given him everything he needed to know about his location. In the blink of an eye, his prey took that information and fired back. The shot was so precise that the bullet even entered the very nozzle the original bullet came from, almost taking Xinghai's life. At this moment, Shanghai was in a sorry state. Bits of shrapnel had torn into the right side of his body. Luckily, he had timed his blink just right so that the brunt of the explosion passed him by. But he was still a bit injured. Shanghai grinned. The sight of a man smiling with an entire side of his face dripping in blood was enough to send cold shivers down one's spine. But it only became more obscene when Shanghai licked his lips like a rabid dog. This prey, he wanted it. Chapter 92. From their own tower, Miles and Simeon watched this happen with flickering expressions. At first, they thought that Lionel was just flailing about like a headless chicken. They fully expected that the sniper would fire a second time to end his life. But the second shot they were expecting never came. The only explanation was that Lionel's singular shot was effective in disrupting the sniper or even killed him. The two looked at each other, the hint of coldness between them obvious. For Miles, he wanted Lionel and Aina out of the picture so that he could better control the situation of Royal Blue Province. With his father gone to the capital, this was a time for him to establish his authority and gain some power for himself. The sudden appearance of two variants would make those plans nearly impossible. Unfortunately, without proper cause, He didn't dare to lay a hand on one variant, let alone two. But who knew that Lionel would do something as foolish as committing an act of murder? This was like a pie falling from the skies and into his lap. For Simeon, his goal was even more obvious. The idea that a bastard child of the Brazinger family could now hold such power was impossible for them to accept. As things stood now, he was still the only one aware of Aina's variant status, as only he paid attention to the outside world. The other members of the family and families like them disdained to do such a thing. However, if the family found out about Aina's existence and realized he had acted but failed to bring her back, he would suffer some punishment without a doubt. Unfortunately, the hands of both of them were tied. One had an ability that was useless before Lionel, and the other was nothing without his genetically modified minions. They could only stand and watch as things unfolded. Though Lionel had escaped into the small forest, he didn't expect it to provide him much cover. In fact, it was highly likely that there was another ambush waiting for him here. At the end of the day, this wasn't a true forest. It was just a park. How could he expect to find thick vegetation and foliage to hide him in? Instead of giving this place his hope, Lionel stopped behind the first tree he could. With Aina's axe being so large, he was confident in its ability to protect the back of their heads and backs. All he had to do was focus on his front. But he had to be quick. There was no telling if other squads could be converging from his back now that his location had been exposed. Lionel grit his teeth and pulled on the bullet in his shoulder. Due to his movement in the last second, it hadn't penetrated too deeply. He couldn't help but be impressed with the armor of the black tactical gear he was wearing. He moved his left shoulder around a bit. It's painful, but not to the point of being crippling. Let's go. Lionel dashed forward, a cold glint in his eyes. Those hiding in this small forest never thought that he would stop at the first line of trees, but it also seemed that they were unaware that their spots of ambush were all seen through by him during that moment of rest. Lionel slipped his rifle into his spatial bracelet and pulled out 2 handguns. They were all he needed. Without slowing down even a beat, he raised his arms. Lionel's hands seemed to have a mind of their own. In one moment, they would be moving faster than a whip. In the next, they would be as steady as a statue. In those moments of steadiness, a single shot would ring through the forest, followed by a slight spark of light and the muffled groans and pained cries of men and women. Those faint sparks of light sometimes illuminated Lionel's face. Even hidden behind a helmet, one could see the smoothness of his brows and the unforced nature of his closed eyes. If it wasn't for the fact he was moving so quickly, one would think that he was asleep. Lionel bolted through the forest in a matter of minutes. In his wake, all that was left were corpses and a series of trees with a single bullet hole through their trunks. Deep breaths fogged the inside of Lionel's helmet as he sprinted across the edge of the park. He was almost there. The city square and the final line of defense would soon be before him. How do I get past this? As his mind was running wild, Lionel took out a second tactical helmet and slid it over Aina's head. That sniper from before scared him a bit. He thought that Aina would be safe on his back, but that bullet caught him completely off guard. There was no telling just how many snipers of that caliber there were, and he was about to enter an open field once again. He caught a faint glimpse of Aina's sleeping face. Her cheek rested on his shoulder, and her breathing was steady. She looked like a peaceful little fairy. Lionel couldn't help but smile. For a moment, the fatigue in his limbs completely vanished. He really was a love-struck fool. After he secured the helmet on her head, his eyes became emotionless once more and then tipped over and became cold. It was fine if they all just got out of the way. If that was the case, he could let them be. But if they wanted to play a role in his Aina becoming a prisoner, they would have to pay the price. Lionel closed his eyes once more and reloaded the clip of 2 rifles. Then, he stood as though using the last of his strength to keep his back straight and began to fire like a madman. He had done his best to gain an advantage. After stepping out from the last tree and onto expertly cobbled roads, the only thing between him and a lineup of 200 soldiers was a large water fountain with a mermaid sitting on a whale's back. Chapter 93. From the vantage point of the small troop, it was difficult to see Lionel from behind the water fountain. But his bullets seemed to have eyes of their own, flying through the mermaid's arms, beneath the whale's fins, through the jets of water. He rained hails of lethal shots toward them as though he could see through everything. Sometimes his bullets even hit the statue. But despite the sturdy material it was made of, they pierced right through. Lionel seemed to always perfectly aim toward the weakest and thinnest parts of the statue, tearing through it like tofu. Fire! A commander roared, suddenly seeing his troop fall into turmoil. It had only been a few seconds, but over a dozen of his men had fallen, unable to rise again. Bang! Another sniper rifle rang out as a hail of bullets came from the troop of 200. But Lionel pretended as though he hadn't sensed anything, his steps only shifting slightly. The loud clanging of metal resounded as the bullet rebounded off of Aina's axe. Despite the power, Lionel's stance was strong and steady. It was like he didn't know his neck had been moments away from being pierced through. Narrow the formation, the commander barked. Lionel's lips shrunk into a fine line. I can't shoot any more down from this angle. If I can take advantage of the fountain, so can they? In that case, Lionel's fire suddenly concentrated on the water fountain. Seeing that no more men were falling, the commander felt that his previous command had been the perfect response. Lionel wasn't the only one who could take advantage of cover. Hold! Hold! Forward! The troop charged. There was barely 100 meters between them and Lionel. As long as they closed in on him, they could fan out the formation and he would be surrounded. But what happened next left them speechless. Lionel suddenly dashed forward and leapt into the air. With all his might, he kicked with both legs at the whale's head. Those who caught faint glimpses of this were left speechless. The action seemed ridiculous. However, those thoughts couldn't last long. With a bang, the water fountain collapsed, and the remains of the mermaid and whale soared through the air for a moment before skidding violently along the ground. The commander of the troops' eyes widened. He could have never guessed that Lionel's concentrated fire was aimed at the base of the statue's connection to the fountain. In that moment, he had weakened it just enough to kick it to the ground. Scatter! Scatter! He roared. Unfortunately for him, Lionel was riding atop the sliding whale, his hands pointed forward with two tactical rifles. Almost like a charging cavalry, he madly surged forward, bullets raining down with him as their point of origin. The whale slid across the ground, smashing into the front line of the troop and squashing several of them before finally slowing down. Lionel didn't even bother with the rest of the scattering troop. This was the perfect opportunity. He jumped down from the whale, dashing toward the inner city doors with all of his might. Bullets rained down toward him, but they all clanged off of Aina's axe. However, in all his fervor, Lionel had forgotten one thing. The moment he stepped out of the inner city and back into the outer, he felt that his force was no longer restricted. This was good. What was bad was that he had forgotten that there was an outer city, and in the outer city, he saw a unit of 8 waiting below the steps for him. These 8 alone gave Lionel far more pressure than those 200 soldiers behind him had. Lionel's gaze met theirs, his breathing ragged. It felt as though a hot coal was traveling through his lungs. Damn it! Lionel had already been pushing past his limits for too long already. He had been half a step into his grave before he even entered the fort, let alone now, after being madly chased for over an hour. Just now, he had been on the highest of highs, thinking that he had escaped, only to find that he hadn't at all. He came crashing down heavier than he went soaring up. The pain in his body seemed to want to tear him apart. Put down the weapons, boy. You've done enough harm. The man who led the group seemed to be quite old, but his eyes and voice held a youthful vigor to them. There was something especially magical about his voice that made one want to bend over backwards to please him. Seeing that Lionel was a bit dazed, the special unit slowly mad their way forward, encircling Lionel. It wasn't that Lionel couldn't tell what was happening. In fact, from the very beginning, the pleasing voice hadn't influenced him at all. He just wanted a bit more time to rest, just a bit longer to catch his breath. "I'm so tired," Lionel thought with haggard gasps. However, the special unit continued to approach, and Lionel realized that the few seconds they would take to surround him wouldn't make much of a difference to the situation of his body at all. Lionel's grip of his rifles tightened. He willed them to flex, as though pulling out the last of his strength. Once they were close enough, he would move and leap over this hurdle too. Who would have known that at that exact moment, just when Lionel was going to hit another wall, he would suddenly feel that his back was exceptionally light all of a sudden. His eyes blinked open, but he hardly reacted when a shadow appeared between the 8, whose expressions were now changing drastically. A scythe of red-gold energy severed their necks at once, causing a rain of 8 fountains of blood to shoot into the skies. Beneath the rain, a petite woman took a black helmet off, her appearance making Lionel's heart, which had been steady even through all of this, beat wildly. The crimson droplets seemed to radiate beneath her aura, her amber eyes shining so brightly that they appeared to be golden. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, catching the moonlight like a waterfall beneath the cool night air. At that moment, Lionel suddenly understood something. According to the analysis machines of the Empire, Aina's ability fell under the healing type. This had always been odd to Lionel because the way Aina had described her ability to him, it didn't seem to have anything to do with healing. But now it seemed that he was wrong. Healing might very well be the foundation of Aina's ability and was the root of her strength. But her healing must only work on her own body. Aina probably guessed how things would go if they returned, but instead of stopping Lionel, she allowed him to go back and see the truth of the world for himself. It was possible that she had been healed for over a day already. No, maybe she never spent very long injured in the first place. Worried that they might be being monitored, she continued to feign her injuries to make them underestimate the pair and only made a move at the most opportune time. Aina took out a jewelry headpiece and put it on. A small, fingernail-sized gem dangled from her forehead, looking like a drop of water. Then, she turned toward Lionel and smiled lightly. "You've done enough, I'll handle the rest." "So beautiful," Lionel mumbled like an idiot. Aina blushed profusely, her Valkyrie-like aura vanishing like a receding tide. Feeling embarrassed and seeing that Lionel still wanted to stare for a bit longer, she marched up the stairs, grabbed his wrist, and pulled him along. If she didn't do this, this little fool would stare for who knows how much longer. It wasn't as though they were out of the woods yet. The moment she turned away from Lionel's bumbling appearance, her gaze turned cold. This little fool really made an enemy out of the Ascension Empire, just for me. In that case, anyone who stops me from taking him out of here can be cleaved in two. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.